Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we are in the International Forum on Spice Route 2021. We welcome you on the second session of today's forum. We have youth presentation. We'll be featuring 5 speakers, and we will discuss about ideas from young generations on their ideas on spice route. Before we start, I would like to welcome the moderator of today's session, Mr. Imanda Pradana. Mr. Imanda Pradana, your time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good afternoon, everyone, and probably good night and good morning from everyone everywhere. Okay, it was nice meeting you today, and let me introduce myself first briefly. My name is Imanda Pradana. You can call me by Iman, and I am now representing the Maritime Youth of Indonesia. So without further ado, today we have allocated about 120 minutes of our time to discuss on things about the spice route vision from the youth perspectives. Now we have 5 outstanding speakers today with us, and I know all of you wants to get to know them better. Right now, we will try to introduce them one by one. Let me see. We have Dini Octaviani, and then we have John Ray from Philippines, and then the third speaker is Lutfan Haki, and the fourth one is Kamala Astika, and the fifth one is Praboto Satrio. Now I would like to know if each one of the speakers is present today. So Dini, the first speakers, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, Mas Iman.
Hi, Mbak Dini. Okay, now we are going to, you know what? We are going to go first with Mbak Dini. And Mbak Dini, this is just like an open discussion. And so no need to have like a formal presentations, just we're here to share about your visions on spice route and what are your takes and what are you doing and what is your intention in the future. And that also goes to the other speakers as well. So the first one is Mbak Dini Octaviani. And can you tell a little bit about yourself?
Okay, so hello everyone. Hello all the audiences in here. My name is Dini Octaviani, and I am here to represent the youth from Indonesia. Also, for now on, I work as social media specialist for Sahabat Pandu Budaya DKI Jakarta, is one of the partnership programs from Kemendikbud RI that we will promoting more about the culture to the youth through social media. We have Instagram and Twitter. And also previously, I joined the Youth International Forum on Spice Route. That's why I here, and also I represent the South Africa at that moment. Here, I also accompanied by John. John also attend the Youth International Forum on Spice Route beforehand with me. So hello everyone, and I hope you guys are enjoying this discussion. Also, before we start our session, I would like to ask to all audiences, if you find something interesting or if you find anything insights regarding to the spice route ideas, please do not hesitate to upload it on your social media. And if you find that it is okay to upload it on your Instagram, please do not hesitate to upload it. And also you could mention at Negeri Rempah and my Instagram. I will write it on the chat box because I would like to see all the insights, all the positivities, and also this could be a chance for us to promoting more about the spice road ideas. Maybe that will be all. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Badini. And I see that you are here on the same. I think you were on the same in the same venue with John, right? John, are you here?
Yeah, hello. Selamat siang
Hi.
Indonesia.
Selamat siang, John. It was good to see you speaking Bahasa. Okay, thank you. John, now, as we are here today, and you and also Dini has been on the same venue recently. Can you also tell a little bit about yourself to the audiences?
Okay, thank you so much. Terima kasih. Once again, selamat siang Indonesia and good afternoon world. Well, for me, sir, I believe in the sayings that says, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. So indeed, it is a great personification of each one of us also gathers here for the astonishing program of Negeri Rempah Foundation and its partners. Actually, the purpose is simple. We conducted a lot of meeting simulation just to learn and explore culture in other countries. And of course, right now, I'm a current president and a chairman of the Future Leaders of the Philippines Capi State University Ponte Vedra campus. It's a major organization. And of course, I also use my inputs and knowledge regards to the spice route in my course, which is I'm currently taking right now a BS Agriculture. So I'm an agriculture student. So yeah.
Okay, John. Now we got to to get to know better about Dini and also John. I'm curious about the youth forum on spice route that you have participated, right? Now, probably everyone here wants to know. Oh, and for all the participants here, if you have any questions that if you feel that you will forget later, you can also drop down in the chat box. You know where it is. And also we are going to have a discussion later on after the 5 speakers has presented their presentations. So yeah, that's just a reminder. So I would like to get back to Mbak Dini. So Mbak Dini, we're talking about spice route, right? And what it is what you have been doing affect or bring an impact to the spice route vision, especially you're from the younger generation, right? So what is your take on that? What you are doing right now, and then what you can implement it to mainstream the spice route?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Beforehand, I would like to tell more about what is the spice route per se, because spice route is simply a route that contains the spices from all over the world. It's not just about Indonesia. We all know that Indonesia is the proposer to the UNESCO, but it's not just about Indonesia. It's about the world culture, about the world route. So in Indonesia per se, I live as youth, also with John and any other speakers afterwards. But basically in Indonesia currently, our country is dominated by youth. By the census data from the Central Statistic Agency shows the composition of Indonesian population, which mostly comes from the Generation Z or Gen Z, also from the millennials. And these young people have the strength to take advantage to technological changes in various aspects, also tend to seek identity, tend to seek the pride, also entry group activities also are always connected with their peers. And as the youth, I think this is a great opportunity, and it can be a good weapon to preserve and to promote the spice route, because go back to the previous statement that I've said before, that the youth is connected with social media, connected with the internet, connected with something that will enhance the the connection between us as Indonesia, also with Philippines or any other country in the world. So Nusantara is the land of spices that is super special, and therefore learning from the spice roots dynamic in the past should be relevant for today. So I think it's a great opportunity for us, especially for today. I think today is one of the implementation to promoting the spice root per se, because we're meet each other, we're meeting new ideas, new people, new collaboration, new potential to meet. And also this moment is the one of the real implementation to promoting the spice root per se. I think that would be all, Mas.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dini. Now, you mentioned about the spice route is not only talking about Indonesia in itself, but also, well, globally in the world, right? And now we have John here, who's from the Philippines, and I think he's going to say he will provide us a unique perspectives because he's not from Indonesia, right, John? So can you tell us what you have been doing now, and well, the same questions to Dini earlier, and what is your intention in the future? You know, what's your perspectives, and what can you do from your expertise to bring back or to mainstream the spice route, for so everyone get the right ideas. So John, please.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Actually, number one that I've learned during in the meeting simulation is that actually we are all connected. No? In its day, the spice trade was the world's biggest industry. In many ways, helped the foundation for the modern world. Philippines is an agricultural land, right? And well, I must say that Philippines is rich by its crops, spices, and other products. During this trying hard of pandemic, globally we are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. But the resiliency of every nation, no, is still there, and the cooperation is really still there. As an agriculture student, also, I am not limit myself to study and explore new ideas, especially on innovating agriculture sector in my countries. As like what the spice route also goal is to, of course, to exchange trade by the crops or different spices, which is agriculture is still there. That's why I am also willing to collaborate on different international partners to enhance my skills and knowledge in spice route and in agriculture. Well, actually, we also witness how Philippines emerging economy has its shown share to the goods and heavenly demand, including the certain expertise, spices. So we have also the bountiful grains here, not just only by the grains, not just by only the crops, but religious items, luxury, or etc. With almost traded, including precious stones and of course different kinds of product. Well, I do must believe that spice route is not just only exchanging trades, by the products, but rather than that, it is exchanging also through by social, by cultural, by religious people that essentially of course, we're the very first place, to very different by one another. For me, that's the really very most important thing here, that to have a spice route in a different kind of countries, so different places in the world.
So yeah, revitalizing the spice route is important, right? So you all agree on that. Okay, so John and probably Mbadini, I want to ask you guys both if you guys have any presentation that you want to share. We're just confirming. If you don't, it's okay too. So Mbadini, do you have any presentations that you would like to present to us?
No, I don't have any materials.
Okay, it's all right. Okay, and John, you as well?
No, I don't have to.
All right, okay. No, so this is just a interesting talk show, okay? So I'm just going to bring about the topics of discussion. So it's interesting, really. Mbadini is from well, she's a tech savvy and social media specialist, and she wants to bring in she wants to mainstream about the spice route, so the younger generation also knows their history is all about. Now, speaking of history, the third speaker of today has a lot of experience in that. So our third speaker, Mas Lutfan Haki, are you here? Can you hear my voice all right?
Yes, I can hear your voice, Mas Iman.
Okay, so Mas Lutfan Haki, I just Googled a little bit about yourself, and I see that you are now currently a student in Universitas Indonesia, right? University of Indonesia, and majoring in history.
Yes.
And now, well, recently you have spearheaded an annual festival about the history of spice fruits. And this is interesting, really. I mean, I'm not from well, I don't know much about history myself, but you as a guy who whose probably passion is on history, and why would you want to bring spice fruit topics on the festival? Can you tell a little bit about yourself and then how you did just about what you did?
Okay, first thing first, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon, Mas Iman. It's nice to meet you all here today. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lutfan, and right now I'm a second year undergraduate student from the Department of History, Faculty of Humanities in the University of Indonesia. And today I'm on the behalf of our annual event in the Department of History, History Fair 2021. History Fair 2021 has this Jalur Rempah Nusantara in Indonesian, or Nusantara Spice Route, as our main theme this year. So I think we do have a lot in common with International Forum Spice Route.
Okay, and me personally, see that history is something that probably out of date, right? For younger generation, they don't find it as attractive as probably other topics. So what's your idea? What's your take on how to attract younger generation to know more about our history? As we know ourselves that Indonesia has a very long history and spice roots, and now you are just bringing about that. So do you have any strategies, or do you have any advice to everyone in here in the Zoom that you can share, probably because you're the historian, but can you make it more interesting for everyone else?
Okay, so I get it. I do get it that history is, I think, the most hated subjects among scholars, high scholars especially. So, it's kind of not interesting to learn that. But here in History Fair, we aim to educate the general youth so they might become more familiar with Indonesian history, especially, and the story of our own Jalur Rempah or Spice Route this year. By doing that, we aim to familiarize them with the theme through several competitions, such as the scientific writing competition, the digital poster competition, the webinar, and the online debate competition, specifically to target them. Our online debate competition is held only for high schoolers, and the rest of our competition are open for everyone. So I think that's our strategy to familiarize them with the theme by opening the competition. Basically, everyone can register, but for the online debate competition, we open it only for the high schoolers. So I think that's our strategy to familiarize them with Indonesian history here in History Fair. It's like through our events, through competitions, through webinars, and through charity events, accordingly to the theme each year.
Okay, thank you. So that are some of the ways that you have been implementing, to attract other audiences, right?
Right.
And I just hope that you and what you are doing right now can also attract more audiences in the future. Well, personally, here in the Zoom, you can also have something to present yourself. Do you have any PPT or something like that, Mas Lutfan?
We do have.
Okay, so you have about 10 minutes. I apologize if you don't have many times, but you have 10 minutes to present yourself about what you are doing, and yeah, just pretty much sharing everything that you know. Go,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. 10 minutes starting from now, Mas Iman.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me share the screen first. Okay, wait, please wait a second. I think my connection is a little bit unstable. Is it displayed on the screen already?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Mas Lutfan, can you press F5 just to present so the screen will be bigger? There you go. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mas,
Well,
are the slides changing or not?
yeah, the slides is changing.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. First thing first, I would like to say thank you for the International Forum on Spice Roots and the Negeri Rempah Foundation for this rare, I might say, opportunity to be able to speak here. I'm sorry for I'm not that fluent in English because it's not my first language, so I'm trying my best to explain it here. As you know, my name is Lutfan, and I'm here on behalf of the History Fair 2021. So, History Fair 2021 is annual event, this year is 2021, held by the Department of History of the University of Indonesia through our Students Association called the Studi Klub Sejarah or SKS. Our ultimate purpose is to develop and increase knowledge of Indonesian history in a more modern perspective through several events like I mentioned earlier, such as a scientific writing competition, a debate, a poster making competition, a webinar, and a charity event with different themes each year. So this year, History Fair has chosen Jalur Rempah Nusantara in Indonesian or Nusantara spice route as our main theme. Why, you might ask? Because spices played a vital part throughout Indonesian history as it was valuable trading items for the locals and international traders back in the time. Even as of today, spices are still an important part of our identity as a nation, mainly in Kyoto, Indonesia. And through this theme, we are aiming to educate the general public, especially the youth, about spices and the existence of the Nusantara spice route. Hence, the philosophy of our logo. The ship symbolizes the main means of transportation in the spice trade. The star anise or the bunga lawang, it symbolizes one of the commodities traded at that time. The broken line symbolizes the route of the spice trade, and the water symbolizes the ocean as the main transportation route for the spice trade. These are our objective and goals. First is to develop the knowledge and the insight of Jalur Rempah Nusantara. The second is to increase the general public's interest of Jalur Rempah Nusantara or Nusantara spice route. The third is as a medium for we, the University of Indonesia students, to educate and express ourselves. And the last but not least, it serves as a trendy historical event for the general public. For the target audience, we are aiming for 2,000 audience consisting of the general public, students, and the University of Indonesia academic community. The target is expected to be able to participate in the entire event of History Fair 2021 from its beginning to the end. This year, the History Fair will be held for 4 days, namely on 4, 5, 6, and the 9th of October 2021. Registration for the competition start on May 1st with the opening of registration for both the scientific writing competition, followed by online debate and digital poster competition. The webinar itself will be held on October 6th and the charity will be held on October 9th. All the competitions and the webinar will be held online due to the ongoing global pandemic. Meanwhile, charity will be held at a specific orphanage in Depok, West Java, with health and safety measures taken. Technical meetings and other matters relating to information will also be conducted online to make it more effective. These are our events, and which its own sub teams. The first one is the scientific writing competition. Its main theme is Nusantara spice route with two sub teams: the development of the trading cities in the archipelago during the trading era, and the impacts of the spice route for the people of Nusantara from 1512 to 1830. For the online debate competition, we have its main theme, the spice route as the global maritime axis. For the digital poster competition, we have Nusantara spice route as the main theme. For the webinar, we picked Nusantara in a historical trajectory, reviving the memories and the significance of the spice route as the main topic of the webinar. And the last but not least, the main theme for the charity event is Nenek Moyangku Seorang Pelaut, or my ancestors were sailors taken from an Indonesian nursery rhymes. So welcoming the proposal to designate the spice route as part of a UNESCO recognized World Heritage, the History Fair 2021 is proud to present a webinar with the theme The Nusantara on a Historical Trajectory, Reviving the Memories and Significance of the Spice Route, or Nusantara dalam lintasan sejarah, membangkitkan memori dan makna penting jalur rempah. The speakers came from various backgrounds, such as from the government, Mr. Hilmar Farid from our own Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology, and Higher Education, academia, our own professor, Professor Susanto Zudi, History Teacher Association, Mr. Sumardiansyah from the Asosiasi Guru Sejarah Indonesia, or the Indonesian History Teachers Association, and also non-profit organization, Yayasan Negeri Rempah Indonesia, Mr. Yanwardi Syukur. The webinar itself is open to the public and will be packaged effectively with several games in collaboration with our sponsors. You can register directly from now on with the link in the poster bit.ly/webinar Rempah HF 2021. These are our social media accounts. For the updates, you guys can follow our TikTok, our Line official account, our Instagram, and our Twitter. This is several events we've held so far. The picture on the left is our webinar on the 29th of August 2021, held in collaboration with the Indonesian media tirto.id. It's about how the vaccination helped to tackle the pandemic back in that day in the Dutch East Indies. And the picture on the right is our digital poster competition, online voting to select the most favorite winner. These pictures are from the History Fair 2021. It's the charity, the recoloring photo competition, and the webinar competition and the webinar. These are from the History Fair 2019, the field trip, the scientific writing competition, the seminar and closing ceremony, good old days before the pandemic. And this picture from History Fair 2011, the talk show, the scientific writing competition, the opening, and the closing ceremony. I think that's all from me, and on the behalf of the History Fair 2021, thank you again for the opportunity, and don't forget to follow our social media accounts for the updates, and don't forget to join our webinar from the link in the poster bit.ly/webinar Rempah HF 2021. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Lutfan, for the interesting and well, I can see that for the past years you have been doing the history fair, and I also like the design for the spice route is unique. So thank you, Mas Lutfan Haki. So everyone here who wants to ask questions or wants to discuss about history of spice routes, you can also drop your questions on the chat box before you forget, or if you can remember at the end of the discussion, you can also raise your hands. Okay, now we have been speaking with the social media savvy and also from the agricultural background, John in Philippines, and also history nerd, Mas Lutfan Haki, who are all passionate about maritime especially about spice roots. Now, one of the things that important to us to get our attention, right, to attract our attention is through media. And one of the medias that are most powerful is movies, short films, photos, probably some other art forms. And now our fourth and fifth speakers today is the expert of just that. So our fourth speaker is Mbak Kamala Astika. I want to confirm that if you're here today, Mbak Kamala or Mbak Astika, I'm sorry. Are you here?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Mbak Kamala. Is it okay to?
Yes,
Kamala,
you can call me Lala.
Oh, okay, Mbak Lala. Thank you, Mbak Lala. Now, Mbak Lala, you are. We are going to talk together with the fifth speaker, which is Mas Praboto Satrio. If you are here today, please confirm. Mas Praboto Satrio. Hi, yeah, I can see you, Mas. If you can just say hi to us. You can probably unmute yourself, Mas Praboto.
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
Okay.
Hi, Mas Praboto.
Hello. Hello,
Hi,
everyone.
you are, well, how can I call you? Mas Praboto or Mas Satrio? Or...
You can just call me Satrio. It's okay. It's fine. Anything.
Okay, thank you, Mas Satrio. So now,
yeah, thank you.
Our last two speakers today, we have Mbak Lala and also Mas Satrio. Now, as I can see from, well, my little research today, they are both the founders of Sea and Coastal Film Festival or Festival Film Baharia, and you are both based in Cirebon, all right?
I'm based in Jakarta, but sometimes going back and forth to Cirebon. And Mbak Lala is the founder.
Okay.
I just joined Festival Film Bahari and become the host for.
I apologize. So the story can be strained out here.
Okay.
Mbak Lala as the founder of the Sea and Coastal Film Program. So I want to talk to Mbak Lala first. Is that okay, Mas Satrio?
Yeah, sure. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, Mbak Lala, first things first, I want to ask, do you have any PPT or presentation that you want to share with us?
Yes, can I?
Okay, so before you present your PPT, we want to know a little bit about yourself. Probably you can explain your background, what you are doing, and also why you are here today.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, again. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really happy to see everyone here and then to listen all the ideas, all the great events, all the great movements that all the panelists here have. It also inspired me to have another activity also. So my name is Kamala Astika. You can call me Lala. I live in Cirebon, West Java, Indonesia. Currently, I'm a festival director of Festival Film Bahari, Sea and Coastal Film Festival. So actually, it happens now. Last 19th of September, a few days ago, we had our opening ceremony. And then within this week, we have a series of screenings, short films until 26th of September. This year is our fourth year festival. And yeah, we are so excited if you guys could also visit us and let's watch the movies together. Yeah, I think that's all, Mas. Anything else?
No. There are probably more questions at the end. So let's move to your PPT first before we go to Mas Satrio, if that's okay, right? So Mbak Lala, you can continue with your PPT and what you want to present.
All right, let me try the share screen. Yeah, I used to use the Google Meet. Let me try with the Zoom. Okay, here it is. Okay, but before I play, is it clear enough?
I can see that you are screen sharing. Yes, you're sharing your screen.
Actually now I'm screen sharing from the media player. Is it seen or not?
Unfortunately, from my end, I can't see anything.
Okay, let me try again.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for that. I'm still learning.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with the Google Meet myself, so don't worry.
Yeah, I used to do Google Meet, but then this one is Zoom, yeah.
Right.
Okay, Bismillah.
Take your time, Mbak. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, here it is. Can you see the GOM player now?
Yes, I can see the GOM player.
All right. So this is our festival bumper for this year. It's only like 1 minute only.
Mbak Lala, I'm sorry. Before you play, I think you can also in the share screen options. You can see share sound from the computer.
Oh.
So that
Share
everyone here will
sound from.
Yeah, in the share screen button, you can click on that.
Okay, hold on.
And
share screen
and also share the sound.
The sound.
Sharing. Yes.
All right. Where is the options? I couldn't see here.
You cannot see?
Yeah, it's not here. Or should I stop sharing again? Okay, sorry for that. Yeah. Can I have one more chance? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I have here share sound.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's great.
Okay. Let us try again.
Okay. Yep. All good.
Okay. Yeah, so that is empal gentong, everyone. So our traditional cuisine from Cirebon. Hello, Mas?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I thought you weren't finished.
Yeah, so that is a little bit to describe also the focus of this year is about culinary, about spices. So that's why our title is Gemar Rempah Loh Jinawi, so that the spices theme is echoing again in Nusantara. So yeah, basically that is the purpose, Mas Iman.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Lala. Now we can all see that, well, I'm probably one of the first to know that you have the Festival Film Bahari or the Sian Coastal Film Festival. I'll be looking forward to that. And if you have any links or if you have any social media where we can watch, it will be great if you can just share it in the chat box so everyone can go. And then in the meantime, I'm going to Mas Satrio. Okay, for a minute, Mas Satrio. Now I know that you're an artist. Okay, and probably everyone here doesn't know about you yet. So probably you can tell us a little bit about yourself and what you are doing, and you know, in the relation of the spice route. What have you been doing recently, Mas Satrio?
Yeah, thank you, Mas Iman. I will try to share the story or explain in English, but maybe sometimes mix with Indonesian because it's a pretty long not speak English.
I speak English just fine, John.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you IFSR for the opportunity. My name is Prabowo Satrio. I'm a photographer, and also a creative director. I'm doing personal and commercial projects. And actually, I have a big interest about oceans and the oceans culture since maybe probably 10 or 15 years ago. And about the shores culture, about the oceans culture and the oceans life, and also about the history about the oceans and coastal life. And I try to express and show the oceans or coastal lives sometimes through my works, uh, through event works or projects or my personal works in photography. And I was involved or got involved with Festival Film Bahari since maybe 4 years ago. In the beginning, Festival Film Bahari invite some part of my works with the team. It was a movie, documentary movie, and it was for the first Festival Film Bahari, and then after that we continue to working together I think in the various terms or forms, and after that this year I got involved and working together with Festival Film Bahari and become the host for the venue in Rumah Cirebon, because I just try to develop some space in Cirebon. The name is Rumah Cirebon. It's a coming soon creative hub. So actually, we still prepare for the facilities, for the facilities and the programs, and the focus in this place, in this space, is we want to facilitate. We want to facilitate various kind of creative scenes, social and culture. We want to be the facility for the scene, and in Cirebon and in Indonesia. So maybe I will just explain after this in bahasa. So jadi Rumah Cirebon berfokus menjadi creative hub di Cirebon, di kota Cirebon, agar bisa mengkomunikasikan dan bisa menjembatani lintas kreativitas sosial dan budaya yang berada di Cirebon, supaya juga bisa berkoneksi, semakin berkoneksi dengan daerah-daerah lain di Indonesia secara nasional ataupun secara internasional. Gitu. Dan kebetulan saya menjadi bagian dari Festival Film Bahari keempat kali ini. Kebetulan saya merespon festival film ini dengan pameran foto. Saya bertanggung jawab sebagai kurator pameran di Festival Film Bahari keempat ini bersama dengan teman saya, Ismar Patriski. Ismar kebetulan kurator dari Galeri Foto Jurnalistik Antara yang saat ini. Nah, kita mengolah dokumen-dokumen, jadi materi pameran yang akan ditampilkan adalah materi pameran dokumen sejarah yang berupa kerjasama kita dengan KITLV, Lembaga Arsip dan Riset Belanda di Asia Tenggara dan Karibia. Kemudian pameran fotografi dari karya fotografer di Cirebon, Jakarta, dan Bandung. Kemudian juga rencananya sih sebetulnya pengen ada mural nih, gitu. Tapi belum pasti juga gitu. Tapi yang pasti pameran dokumen sejarah gitu yang ditampilkan dari arsip paling lama sekitar tahun 1880 gitu sampai sekitar tahun 1950-an. Itu materi pameran dokumen sejarahnya, ada foto, kemudian ada beberapa naskah, teks-teks singkat gitu. Kemudian juga ada visual dari reklame-reklame toko-toko perdagangan dan yang berhubungan dengan rempah dan bahari di Cirebon gitu. Kemudian juga ada beberapa arsip visual dan grafis yang kita dapetin dari hasil kerjasama dengan KITLV gitu. Mungkin itu Mas untuk perkenalannya.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you Mas Satrio for sharing with us on what you are doing. So I want to go back to Mbak Lala again. As you can see now, you're in this industry for a while, right? And what do you think of today's generation about their limitation on their knowledge about spice route, and also as we know that a movie and short films or any other media that are related to that is very strong, and from our generation it's a strong attraction. So for the past couple of years, what do you think about the audiences of the Festival Film Bahari? Is it improving, or do you have any challenges that you are facing? So Mbak Lala, please.
Okay, thank you, Mas Iman. To wrap up all your questions, perhaps I could share again my presentation.
Sure.
Because I guess it's all there. Okay. All right. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it, Mbak.
All right. So yeah, as I have told before, so this year's theme is Gemar Rempah Loh Jinawi. And talking about the young generations, that is also our focus. So Festival Film Bahari always focus on the students, and also as high school students, and also especially high school students. So the programs are, this year we have a video advertisement workshop with Anatman Pictures. We focus on seafood culinary. And then we also have Wedang Uwuh presentation during our opening ceremony. So to introduce to the young generation about the spices through the herbal drink. And then also we visit herbal and spices shop atau toko jamu gitu ya. We have old shops here that been operating since decades, more than that, I guess. Now I think it's already like how many generations inherited. And then the last one, this coming Friday, we will have discussion on Cirebon and spice route. Yeah. Okay. We had the workshop making video advertisement or video iklan in Bahasa Indonesia about last 2 weeks. So we visited the local warung. Yeah, we have kerang yahut that the product is everything about seafood. Yeah, and also we visited one of the village, fisherman village in Desa Purwawinangun, Kecamatan Suranenggala, Kabupaten Cirebon. So in that village, you can find many seafood production, yeah, like everything about seafood culinary making is there. So for example, like the pengolahan ikan asin, and then also pengasapan, yes, I'm sorry, I don't know the term in English. What is ikan asap? And then also you could see there the kerupuk kulit, yeah. So the making of the processing, the making of kerupuk kulit ikan. So we bring the participants. Sorry, we brought the participants there to do the simulation, to try directly to apply the all the theory that they got on the first day, and then they apply it there on those two locations. The objectives of these events is to, of course, first of all, to raise awareness about spices and local culinary. And then the second one, we would like to promote local business. As we know, this pandemic ruins everything, right? And especially the local warung, local culinary business. So we would like to have this collaboration to also help them to also promote their product. And then the last one, for sure, to upgrade the audiovisual skills of the participants. So it's like the win-win solution. Okay, and then the second program that we had, we visit herbs and spices shop, toko jamu. We have the old toko jamu in Cirebon, Pancar Agung. As you can see there, they provide all the spices and herbs there that we can create to another drink or to make medicine. And then on the opening ceremony, we have Wedang Uwuh presentation. We also try to introduce to the audience that the items, so like for example nutmeg, and then also we have what else there in bahasa Indonesia we call it manis jangan, and then we also have the cinnamon and cloves. What else there? Secang, I don't know secang, what is in English secang. Yeah, all those stuffs. And then it's into a herbal drink, wedang uwuh. Yeah. Uwuh is garbage in bahasa Jawa, in Javanese language. So it's like a mixture of everything, but it tastes nice. It's really can warm our body. And then yeah, so basically we had these three activities because the discussion will be on next Friday, so I couldn't share anything yet. But then to answer your question, Mas Iman, yeah, at least we try to start to introduce first to the young generations about spices through these programs that hopefully it can more relate it more related to the current the young generations now, like making video and then visiting somewhere, someplace, and then to talk about the participants of the events. It's increasing. Well, basically the first and the second year of our festival, it is located in the North Cirebon. We invite all the participants they live in the fisherman village houses, so that they can experience more to the coastal life. We had students from Padang, from Bali, from Malang ever went here, and then they lived there in Balai Desa, in houses there. And then it's really nice to see how the people there in the village also interact with the guests, with our guests. So they also teach them how to make the boat. They also learn how to make the net, yeah, by experience by themselves, staying there in the village. But then because of the pandemic, we stopped that activities first. So hopefully next year we could also have the same activity back again, because we think that's the best way to introduce coastal life. Yeah, we have to live there, right? I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Lala. Now, all 5 speakers have told us and shared about what they have been doing and what is their passion about, and we have some interesting perspectives. The first speaker, Mbak Dini, is a social media savvy, because our generation, the younger generation, also relate everything to social media. So through social media is for her is the right platform to elevate or leverage the spice route topics to the younger generation. Also, John, who is from Philippines, and he has a background in agriculture, and he relates so much about what his expertise is and what he can bring to the spice route revitalization development, and also the history in itself. Mas Lutfan is trying very hard and diligently to bring back probably the glory of the spice route of Indonesia, and I think that Mas Lutfan also wants other people to appreciate the history in itself. So people don't take the spice routes very lightly. It's it's like a pride for Indonesia, right? And the Mbak Lala and Mas Satrio, they are both very passionate about what they are doing through the Festival Film Bahari, or the Sea and Coastal Film Festival. So for everyone here, we have spent about 60 minutes talking between the speakers. And now we want to know, or we want you to talk or to ask questions or to give your insight and maybe share what what you think on the spice route and this presentation for today. So I'm going to invite the first 2 speakers for today. If anyone wants to talk or wants to ask questions, please, there's a raise your hand button that you can push below, so that you can let me know if you have any questions, or if you want to talk, or if you just want to share. So we have 75 people, well, minus 6, me and the 5 speakers. Probably any one of you wants to talk or ask questions to the speakers? I'm going to give you some times. Don't be shy, and we all know it's just sharing, we are sharing our stories, and probably maybe the audiences, or you have something that you want to share with us. So anyone in particular wants to? I'm still waiting for the raised hand. People here are pretty shy, huh? I can see a lot of people here. I'm just waiting for hand raise, or if you don't want to, want to speak in English, it's okay. You can speak in Bahasa. Probably John, if you don't understand, I can translate it for you. But anyone, just speak in Bahasa. Kalau ada yang ingin menceritakan sesuatu atau ada pertanyaan, nggak apa-apa dalam bahasa Indonesia juga. Silahkan di raise hand aja, atau langsung mungkin unmute dan bisa langsung berbicara. Yo, kira-kira siapa dari sini?
Oh, there's one question in the chat room.
Okay, thank you. So we have one question in the chat box. Is from Mbak Fitri Ayunisa. So her question is, how's limitation or challenge related to promote spices towards youth themselves, as it's from the young generation perspective? To each of the speakers. Wow. Okay. Probably probably not all the speakers, but probably some of them wants to share, wants to answer that questions. So from Mbak Dini, John, or Mas Lutfan, or Balala, or Mas Satrio, any volunteers to answer the questions? Or if you are still unsure, probably I can make it more clear. So any of you guys, any of the speakers wants to answer? I think Balala is unmuting. Balala, go ahead.
I can just accidentally unmute, you know.
Oh,
no.
It's okay. No, I can still force you to answer the questions.
Okay. All right. Okay, so talking about challenges, maybe because of the knowledge itself, maybe because most of us still don't know what is the importance of knowing spice roots. Why is it important? The importance of knowing that. Maybe not everyone knows about it. That's the challenges. That's why what we're trying to have through our programs is to introduce it through the senses. First of all, the taste. By tasting the wedang uwu, the herbal drink. So now they know we have nutmeg there. They know clove there. Not only in the cigarette, but there is also there in the drink. Yeah, and then also through the senses of course, audiovisual, making the video advertisement, by visiting the local cuisine business. So the participants, they interview the seller, they have interaction with the sellers, and then the sellers tell all the stories about the processing of the food. So from there, the delivery of the knowledge happened. Yeah, maybe from that simple activities, simple stuffs, maybe we could start also to introduce about spices. Yeah, I think that is from me. Maybe most of us, we don't know why is it important to know about the spice root.
Okay, yeah, I think you got the point there. We don't know why it is important, right? At least here in Indonesia. But I want to hear more about situation in the Philippines. So John, if you want to share with us, and is the situation is similar in the Philippines? And the younger generation doesn't know their history about the spice roots, and just the condition of the current situation there in the Philippines.
Yeah, thank you. Well, same situation here in my country, which is the Philippines. Actually, from the beginning in elementary and high school, we already tackled that in our school. But after in the four corners of the classroom, outside of that classroom, if you will just ask students or young people what is spice root and what is the importance of spice root, they don't have any answer yet. You know what, they are close-minded about with that, so that's why they are not open to of course to exert that their efforts to know it, because actually Philippines, like what I have said, that we have a lot of different products or spices that it could really bring back the economy of the country. But of course, people don't really understand what is spice root about, and what's the intercultural what do you call this one, connection with other countries. So that's why maybe they are really close-minded when we're talking about spice root. But of course, like what I have said, we have programs to, of course, to nourish them, and of course to put back again to the Philippines in the silver lining, to of course to motivate also them to participate and to collaborate in a spice root also.
Right. So it's very similar, right, John? I mean, in Indonesia, we also like foods, right? And you're a culinary, very culinary country yourself. Probably we can probably move on from McDonald's or KFC or Jollibee, or eating hot Cheetos, and change them into dig into their history more. the stories probably from your own traditional food, right? What Mbak Lala is doing, right, together with Mas Satrio, and also the history festival that Mas Lutfan is initiating, and also Mbak Dini is through her social media platform, and also you, John, you have a platform of yourself, right, where you can improve the knowledge of the audiences or the general publics. So thank you for your sharing. I believe we have one, no, not a questions. I think this is a statement. So I'm just going to read it out loud. This is from Sidi Rana Manggala. I believe that the youth are gate breakers promoting Indonesian spices. One of them is, Riza, okay, is the owner of Rumah Mokaf, I think, and he conducted business partnership with a Holland company. You're right. Thank you, Sidi, for your sharing. And I think not only Rumah Mokaf, but also other movement as well have been, gathering pace. It's just that it's not blown up in the media. So we don't really know about that unless we dig in ourselves, right? So this kind of platform here, like this Zoom meetings where we can share about our experiences and our ideas and our passion, of course. I think it's a great collaboration. I think not only from Indonesia, but also from Philippines, or probably next time from other Southeast Asian countries, from Malaysia, from Singapore, and they also have rich history on spice fruits themselves. So thank you for the statement, CD. And if there's anyone who's brave enough to speak or ask questions to the speakers, any other questions or probably insights? Okay, Mas Satrio, I see you are raising hands. Go ahead, Mas Satrio. What do you want to talk about?
Oke, mungkin saya akan sampai di bahasa ya, Mas ya. Mohon dibantu.
Oke, ya nggak apa-apa, di bahasa.
Aku sih mungkin coba untuk ini aja, untuk sharing gitu ya. Mungkin menambahkan sedikit gitu dari sudut pandang rempah dan pengetahuan muda gitu. Mungkin salah satu kepentingan yang bisa jadi melengkapi gitu kenapa rempah itu penting untuk diketahui, kenapa rempah itu perlu untuk dipelajari gitu, khususnya untuk atau bagi generasi muda gitu, karena kan generasi muda ini kan generasi yang beredar gitu ya, generasi yang produktif dan generasi yang beredar, spending juga gitu, sejumlah effort untuk bisa beredar kemana-mana nih. Gitu. Hubungannya dengan pariwisata, gitu kan. Nah, pariwisata juga dengan komunikasi, gitu. Yang tadi mungkin Mbak Dini juga sampaikan dan teman-teman lain sampaikan, gitu. Tren pariwisata kan semakin kesini, gitu, semakin berkembang, gitu ya. Khususnya juga di Indonesia, gitu. Yang paling mudah ditangkap lewat eksotisme atau keindahan alam gitu. Tapi sebetulnya kita juga menyadari bahwa nggak lagi keindahan alam sekarang yang jadi konsumsi atau daya tarik dari satu tempat pariwisata gitu. Tapi keunikan, dan setelah keunikan tentunya value gitu, nilai. Nah, rempah sendiri saya pikir dari Sabang sampai Merauke, Indonesia punya keberagaman rempah yang sangat luas gitu. Dan itu sebetulnya yang bisa jadi daya tarik atau semakin dipublikasikan gitu dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari tiap-tiap daerah untuk jadi daya tarik gitu, untuk jadi daya tarik pariwisata. Kemudian setelah yang paling gampang kan pariwisata ya, orang datang come and go gitu, cuman lihat, terus habis itu mau tahu sedikit dan lain-lain, kemudian baru bercerita ke teman-teman atau orang-orang lainnya gitu. Tapi setelah itu kan jadi berantai tuh. Jadi berantai, kemudian eksistensi dari si komoditas atau kalau kita bicara rempah di satu daerah gitu, kemudian bisa nyambung kemana-mana gitu. Dari produk rempahnya, kemudian bisa jadi ke sejarahnya, atau bisa jadi ke kehidupan sosialnya, dari keindahan alam bisa jadi ke manusianya yang tinggal di situ, seperti itu. Dan tentunya balik lagi ke tadi, kalau hal-hal itu semakin kita publikasikan, semakin juga digerakkan oleh berbagai macam movement gitu, tentunya secara ekonomi dan juga secara jumlah dan secara nilai akan berkembang juga gitu tentunya di Indonesia sendiri ataupun di internasional ya, di dunia gitu. Saya pikir mungkin itu kali ya.
Okay, Mas Satrio, thank you. So Mas Satrio said that through tourism is also one way to promote the spice fruit topics on younger generation, because people come and go, people visit, they want to visit somewhere, they want to learn what they are eating or what they are visiting, and also through that, so they, it might open their mind about the place in itself or the social to the surrounding area. And I think that's a great insight. So not only from the movie, right, but through tourism, probably government and other institutions can also collaborate to to improve the knowledge on general public about spice fruits, because it is not been blown up enough, I think. So let's, everyone here has a part in promoting the spice fruits, not only the speakers themselves, because, together we can, not only from Indonesia, but also from the regional area, from the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore, other countries that share the same spice root. Because the spice root in the Southeast Asia themselves, I can see from the Negeri Rempah Foundation's website, is very complex, and I can feel that there's a rich story that we can create, that we can make a story, make a story out of it. Probably Mbak Dini can also share that through her social media platform, Mas Satrio maybe through his YouTube photography, right, Mas Satrio? And also other media forms, short films from Mbak Lala, and also Ray. You can also mainstream the importance of the spice roots in your country, and also don't forget about history, Mas Lutfan. So thank you. Are there any other opinions? Oh, salam sukses selalu dari Belanda. Thank you very much. And yeah, we and also Holland share an extensive history. Some of them which are not really great.
Recording
but,
stopped.
We've been working together to revitalize in cooperatives, and we are
Recording
now
in progress.
Relationship. So this collaboration is not only from the Southeast Asian's perspective, but also from the global perspective as well. So are there any other questions or any other opinions? Probably wants to share some of their experiences and promoting the spice root. Anyone here? I can see some of you. Okay, probably I want to ask about the history. So Mas Lutfan, I want to ask a little bit about, well, it's a common knowledge, not all of us knows about the spice roots and its importance in the probably the impact to the social and also to the economic development, right? At least here in Indonesia. Now, from your perspectives, Mas Lutfan, how do you feel going forward? You already told us that there's some strategy about making history fun, right? But again, our younger generation need more than that. They need something. They need more, right? Basically. So you yourself how do you see that in the future? How do you make the spice route is an important issue through what you are doing? I mean, you're majoring in history. So do you have any ideas, or do you have any just go wild, your wild ideas on how do you want to do in the future?
Okay, I'm going to answer it in bahasa ya Mas ya, supaya lebih mudah gitu ya. Sebetulnya kalau berbicara ya jalur rempah ya, sekarang kan yang kita lakukan di History Fair adalah berusaha bukan memasarkan ya bahasanya ya, menjadikan generasi muda ini lebih familiar terhadap jalur rempah, karena tema itu yang saat ini sedang kami ambil dan kami kerjakan gitu. Nah, untuk di masa depan saya rasa, dan mungkin wakil teman-teman di sejarah juga yang harus lakukan adalah sebetulnya adalah apa ya, jadi pembelajaran sejarah yang selama ini mungkin di sekolah dasar, menengah pertama, menengah atas itu harus dirombak sepenuhnya gitu. Karena setelah saya berkuliah di sejarah, yang saya lihat adalah sejarah, narasi sejarah ya, kemudian salah satunya ada jalur rempah ya, itu merupakan sejarah Nusantara ya, saat itu ya belum ada entitas yang bernama Indonesia pada saat itu masih sangat kurang, karena fokusnya itu lebih banyak kepada sejarah politik ya, sejarah politik hal yang diulang. Jadi impact sosial budayanya itu jadi kurang di highlight itu, belum terlalu di highlight di pelajaran sejarah-sejarah yang mungkin kita semua tahu ya di SD, SMP, dan SMA, sehingga udah dari materinya kurang, juga cara penyampaian juga dirasa kurang, sehingga anak SMA, SMP itu kadang benci banget sama yang namanya sejarah, paling malas yang namanya belajar sejarah, karena balik lagi itu hanya hafalan dan sebagainya. Itu yang tadi mungkin di masa depan yang harus diubah adalah ya itu ya, mungkin pelan-pelan ya, kita sekarang berusaha bikin mereka familiar dengan sejarah, misalnya lewat kompetisi poster ya, relevan dengan mereka lah, poster digital yang sekarang lagi happening banget gitu kan, atau mungkin debat juga sekarang mumpung online nih lebih mudah aksesnya, debat kan sebagainya, dan LKTI karena kita masih dalam rangka penulisan dan komunikasi ilmiah gitu. Nah, kalau kita berbicara masa depan, yang saya rasakan adalah itu mungkin. Jadi sejarah yang diajarkan di sekolah-sekolah ya, sekolah-sekolah kan bisa dibilang sebagai awal pendidikan dasar kita sebelum masuk ke bangku pendidikan tinggi gitu, yang lebih advance tentunya studi sejarahnya. Nah, itu kayak lebih harus diintensifkan, karena sejarah Indonesia tuh asik banget loh, kan nggak terbatas pada sejarah-sejarah yang mungkin sifatnya sejarah politik aja gitu kan. Nah, di kita ini kita sejarah politik itu penting bagi kita tahu lah garis besar seperti apa. Tapi dalam misalnya sejarah sosial budaya, salah satunya sejarah jalur rempah ya, efeknya misalnya saat itu banyak kota-kota pelabuhan yang berkembang dari jalur rempah kan, yang kita tahu dari Jakarta, Gresik, Surabaya sampai Tidore, Ternate dan sebagainya. Seperti apa sih struktur sosial masyarakatnya di sana, seperti apa budayanya, sistem perekonomian seperti apa. Interaksinya pun udah di level internasional juga kan, dengan pedagang-pedagang dari Eropa, ya dari Gujarat dan sebagainya. Jadi lebih penekanannya mungkin menurut saya harus difokuskan pada pendekatan sejarah sosial dan budaya gitu. Jadi nggak fokus ke yang sifatnya sejarah politik aja, karena justru karena fokusnya ke sejarah politik ya kebanyakan, yang semacam jalur rempah nih yang saat ini kita bicarakan, jadi kurang ter-highlight gitu. Padahal setelah kita baca ya dan kita ketahui, itu justru sangat penting ya dalam sejarah bangsa kita. Saat itu belum ada Indonesia ya, balik lagi sejarah bangsa kita maksudnya. Jadi itu lebih harus di highlight supaya nanti mereka penasaran kan, oh pernah nggak dengan sejarah jalur rempah di Indonesia gitu kan, pernah menjadi urat nadi kita lah bisa dibilang, perekonomian, sosial budaya dan sebagainya kan, tukaran itu, perdagangan itu. Seperti itu sih Mas kalau ditanya.
Oke, Mas Lutfan, terima kasih. Jadi memang pendekatannya yang harus diperbaiki ya, supaya anak-anak itu, the younger generation can also relate to, to the current condition. Okay, I am get the raised hand from Mbak Ratih from Negeri Rempah Foundation. Mbak Ratih would like to, give some statements probably, yeah. Go ahead, Mbak Ratih.
Just a short question actually. I'm wondering what are the spice route narrative. I'd like to ask this panelist, how would you project the spice route ideas in the future. I mean, I suppose, yes, spice route is a social, cultural, historical narrative, of course, but I do believe that we need to move on. Besides knowing the history, besides knowing its culture, but what can we do with this narrative to answer real issues in our life? So maybe in a contemporary context, how do you see spice route can this narrative, yeah, can help solve the problem or relate to the global challenges like climate change, for example, food security, or poverty alleviation, inequality? Those are real issues in our contemporary context. So with our heritage here, our similarities, our common heritage, I see like the Philippines, we share the same history. I mean, we are have times we also share histories, and then I suppose we also have a similar perspective in seeing this spice route history. So what are your visions to answer real challenges in today's problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Rati. I believe that the questions is to each of the speakers. So each speakers have different backgrounds, right?
Sure,
and
sure.
expertise. So Mbak Rati, I would like to invite Mbak Dini first, if you
Sure,
don't
sure.
mind. And yeah, Mbak Dini, can you react or give responses to what Mbak Rati from Negeri Rempah Foundation's questions?
Sure. Maybe I will answer it first with English, but afterwards to answer certain or to elaborate more about the questions or regarding to the problems, I would like to mix it with Bahasa because at some extent it regards to the problems that happens in the Indonesia, and I hope that all audiences or most of the audiences in here are pretty understand it well if I tell it in Bahasa. So at first, I recognize the problem as young Indonesian that one of the challenge is we're also aware that spices are often identified with pathetic colonialism. That is why I'm very happy that the DAM in International Forum on Spice Route, also in Youth International on Spice Route beforehand, is using the word redeveloping, because reviving the spice route is a reconstruction movement and cultural revitalization in broad dimension, thus moving the awareness of all elements to keep the heritage diversity, realizing people's welfare, and strengthening cultural diplomacy among other countries or among any other organizations in the world. And also one of the challenge that we're facing today is we have pandemics. We couldn't deny it well because the pandemic because of the pandemic, we have to stay away from physical gatherings, and most of the activities that regards to promoting the spice route is the physical activities. Maybe Balala has mentioned beforehand that one of it is workshop, the direct workshop with youth, also making wedang uwu or any kind of activities beforehand. And Lutfan has ever mentioned that one of the historical action that we need to do afterwards, we need to do it directly, despite of we're doing it online. So I think the one thing that we need to do afterwards in order to facing this challenge, also to answer it directly to the challenge, is to we can rise the use of the internet on social media and online gathering through access online exhibitions, maybe take part in competitions or online seminars related to the culture and spice routes. One of it like International Forum on Spice Route today, or maybe follow the social media accounts that share cultural info. One of it may be like Sobi Budaya Jakarta, the one that I ran with MOEC. I will write it on the chat box afterwards. That is pretty useful for us to know at first, to gain the awareness about what is the spice route and how can the spices per se answer our challenge afterwards. And maybe after this I would answer in bahasa. Jadi untuk bisa menjawab permasalahan itu tadi, sebenarnya kita perlu dulu untuk tahu, untuk aware dulu apa sih sebenarnya masalah yang kita hadapi dan apa sekiranya solusi yang kita butuhkan. Nah, kalau untuk masalah spices misalnya, ketika kita ngobrolin soal spice route, kita juga akan ngobrolin soal food, soal makanan misalnya. Di dalam masalah makanan itu kan misalnya ada rantai makanan yang terputus, atau mungkin misalnya ada limbah makanan sisa yang nggak bisa dipakai lagi, atau mungkin jumlahnya udah terlalu banyak, atau misalnya bagaimana cara kita untuk menyembuhkan diri dengan spices yang ada gitu. Kan banyak sekali ya obat-obatan atau mungkin minuman atau makanan yang ternyata bisa kita buat dengan spices yang ada di Indonesia untuk kemudian bisa menyembuhkan kita. Terutama sekarang kita lagi ada di tengah pandemi, balik lagi, yang mana itu penyakit banyak banget gitu, dan itu berhubungannya dengan imun, dan salah satunya itu bisa diselesaikan dengan spices yang kita punya di Indonesia. So back again to that, menurutku yang paling penting adalah yang pertama kita harus mengenali dulu problemnya sebenarnya apa, kemudian juga pada akhirnya kita bisa nih mengkoneksikan itu semua. Karena di sini kita juga ada beragam background, maksudnya tidak hanya kayak misalnya aku backgroundnya dari social media, Mas Lutfan mungkin langsung dari orang history, Mas Satrio dan Balala dari orang seni perfilman, and also we have John from Philippines who have the same vision and also the shared identity with Indonesia. Jadi pada akhirnya kita bisa berkolaborasi gitu untuk menemukan atau memecahkan permasalahan yang kita udah hadapi atau lagi hadapi saat ini. Seperti itu.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dini. Any other responses to Mbak Rati's questions? Probably from their perspectives, from any of the speakers who want to volunteer. Kalau mau speak dalam bahasa Indonesia juga nggak apa-apa, sharing-sharing. Jadi kalau menurutku spice route ini atau spice route itu jadi kayak semacam vehicle ya, atau a means of leverage gitu ya, untuk menjawab isu-isu yang memang sudah ada tadi seperti yang Mbak Dini bilang, entah itu isu sosial atau ekonomi gitu kan, economic development juga. Kalau menurutku pribadi ya, ini this is me sharing from my personal experiences and my personal opinion. So the spice route is our way. Probably our identity as Indonesian, right? Jadi identitas kita lah sebagai negeri maritim gitu ya, yang terkenal dulunya di dunia secara global gitu, yang nantinya sih sebenarnya bisa meleverage juga semacam ada identity gitu, semacam ada pride, kita punya kebanggaan sendiri bahwa kita Indonesia gitu, kita terkenal dengan spice route-nya, dan itu trickling down efeknya juga probably bisa dengan ke ekonomi juga gitu kan, kita bangga dengan produk kita gitu, akhirnya orang-orang bukan hanya dari Indonesia saja, but also from abroad juga akhirnya mau mencoba gitu, spice route Indonesia tuh kayak gimana sih, kan itu sebenarnya impian kita gitu kan. Jadi kalau aku tadi berangkatnya dari itu ya, economic development tadi Mbak Ratih, jadi from the economic development perspective I think is important, and the spice route is a good and excellent vehicle for us to to help us improve our economic development gitu. Teman-teman yang lain, any other opinions? Probably ini aku campur-campur nih jadinya, mix Indonesia sama bahasa. I'm sorry John, this is mix Indonesian and English. So I hope you're okay with that, yeah?
Yeah, it's okay, no problem at all.
Okay. Teman-teman semua ada yang mau berpendapat kah? Nggak apa-apa, mumpung di sini, atau mau mengajak kolaborasi juga boleh, atau sharing-sharing pendapat, ide. Mungkin ada yang suka dengan sinematografi gitu ya, mau ngirim filmnya ke Mbak Lala gitu, atau punya hobi fotografi, mau kolaborasi sama Mas Satrio gitu kan, atau yang nggak pernah bisa mendapatkan satisfaction dari dari pelajaran sejarah di SMA gitu kan, yang itu aja ke Mas Lutfan. Gak apa-apa, kita sharing-sharing di sini. Kita masih punya sekitar, we have about 15 minutes ya Mbak Rati ya.
Ya.
Ya, 15 minutes to blabber and also sharing
hello.
what we think. Ya, oke, we have someone. Oh, siapa nih? Mbak Lala ya?
Iya.
Oke, Mbak Lala, go ahead. Saya kira yang lain. Go ahead, Mbak Lala.
Oh, apa yang lain?
Enggak apa-apa.
Oke. Itu menarik ya tadi dari Mbak Ratih ya. So what is actually the roots of the problems gitu. Sometimes we forget about it. Mungkin begini ya. Kalau di bidang selama ini mungkin yang aku coba amati yang dari di perfilman atau apa, karena kita dulu setiap every year we also open for the student short film competitions all over Indonesia. For 3 years, but then for this year we don't have it due to pandemic. Nah, yang dulu kita sempat punya tagline dulu itu adalah keluar, temukan, rekam. Gitu. Jadi we are now in a very rapid, massive era ya. Kalau bicara teknologi, bicara informasi gitu. Semua bisa didapatkan dengan cepat dan dengan singkat gitu. Nah, tapi kadang kita lupa sesuatu gitu. Kita lupa untuk melambatkan diri, dan the most important thing for me is sometimes we forget what happened near us gitu loh. Apa sih yang terjadi di benar-benar di dekat kita tuh kadang we can't see it. We can't really see it gitu loh. Jadi padahal di tengah arus informasi yang yang besar ini gitu, seharusnya itu bisa mudah dilihat gitu ya. Tapi sayangnya misalnya nih dari ide-ide gitu ya, ide-ide pembuatan cerita dan segala macam di karya-karya film gitu. Jarang sekali teman-teman peserta itu mengambil cerita-cerita yang dekat dengan mereka gitu ya. Gitu. Padahal kalau bisa lebih aware gitu ya dengan ternyata misalnya di sebelahku itu ada gerakan menarik nih yang dilakukan sama Pak ini atau Bu ini gitu ya, that gives impact to the surrounding misalnya begitu gitu kan. It can be also an idea for a movie, right? Gitu loh. Tapi awareness gitu untuk bisa knowing apa sih yang ada di sekelilingku yang paling terdekat aja dulu itu tuh enggak, kurang gitu. Makanya jadi kita pernah punya ajakan untuk ayo keluar, temukan, rekam gitu. Jadi untuk lebih bisa sensitif, untuk bisa lebih peka melihat apa sih yang ada di depan gitu. Lalu yang kedua juga ini ada kaitannya juga dengan kenapa kita selalu berfokus di teman-teman muda gitu. We are focusing on the youth, especially for the students. Karena kita ingin misalnya nih Cirebon, berapa banyak sih orang muda di Cirebon aware kalau Cirebon itu dulu punya pelabuhan besar, Muara Jati. Berapa banyak dari kita yang aware itu? Bahkan artefaknya sudah tidak ada loh, gitu. Tidak ada peninggalan pelabuhan besar yang sempat disinggahi oleh Laksamana Cengho, gitu loh. Nggak ada, gitu. Nah, itu kan miris ya kadang gitu. Nah lalu seberapa banyak dari kita tahu bahwa dulu 1 pon pala itu tuh sama dengan 7 ekor sapi gitu loh, 7 ekor sapi yang gemuk gitu. Berapa banyak dari kita yang aware tentang itu gitu. Ya itu memang sudah berlalu sih, tapi kan sejarah itu juga membentuk bangsa ini gitu. Jadi dengan mengasah mengasah kepekaan, sensitivity to what happen near us dulu deh gitu. Yang di Cirebon ya tahu dulu deh tentang yang di Cirebon dulu gitu. Itu sih ajakan sederhana kami ya gitu. Dan tentu saja open collaboration, interdisciplinary, everything gitu loh. Nggak bisa isolation, only collaboration gitu loh. Yang bisa mengembangkan diri gitu ya. Jadi kita senang banget tahun ini kita juga ada dengan Mas Satrio ya, dengan segala risetnya, lalu menuangkan dalam bentuk pameran foto dan dokumen budaya gitu. So yeah, collaboration is really important. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you Mbak Lala. Mas Satrio, if you would like to add, mau nambah-nambah boleh, silakan.
Iya. Halo Mbak Kumo, sebelumnya salam kenal. Akhirnya bisa langsung ketemu.
Halo.
Ya, mungkin aku nyambung aja. Tadi yang barusan Mbak Lala sampaikan juga. Sejauh ini sebetulnya tadi yang coba aku sampaikan di awal, bagaimana rempah kemudian bisa mungkin bahasanya kita gunakan untuk atau disadari awalnya kita sadari bahwa itu adalah satu poin itu untuk bisa diwajahkan, untuk bisa dikemukakan, untuk bisa dipublikasikan dan dikemas sedemikian rupa supaya bisa menjadi daya tarik di macam-macam daerah di Indonesia kalau kita bicara Indonesia. Karena nyambungin ke John juga mungkin dari Filipina, saya pikir kalau di Indonesia itu kan kita, menurut saya, kalau secara konten itu banyak banget sebetulnya. Indonesia punya banyak banget konten gitu. Dari mulai yang indah sampai yang tragis gitu. Tapi Indonesia menurut saya sebagai bangsa masih punya PR untuk bisa mempublikasikan melalui caranya masing-masing gitu. Melalui misalnya Mbak Dini lewat jalur media sosial, kemudian Mas Lutfi ya, Mas Lutfan juga melalui dari kampus gitu ya, kemudian dikemas melalui festival sejarah dan lain-lain. Kebetulan saya juga sempat kerja sama Pak Susanto Zuhdi waktu itu untuk minta pendalaman dan pengantarnya untuk pameran ekspedisi maritim di tahun 2015. Nah, yang saya coba mungkin pada waktu itu misalnya nyambung ke Pak Susanto Zuhdi adalah bagaimana materi-materi pendidikan yang dalam gitu dan juga penting di lingkungan atau lembaga pendidikan formal kemudian bisa dipublikasikan melalui cara kita masing-masing gitu. Nah, kebetulan ya di sini saya sama Mbak Lala mencoba untuk mempublikasikan dan mengkomunikasikan itu melalui bidang kita masing-masing. Mbak Lala dengan film dan gelaran acaranya, kemudian saya melalui fotografi dan bentuk-bentuk kreatif visual yang lain gitu. Tapi sejauh ini memang fokusnya di fotografi. Bisa bentuk publikasi buku, bisa juga acara juga atau program-program kolaborasi misalnya seperti itu. Tapi intinya mungkin ya itu tadi kita mungkin dengan kita kemas melalui bidang kita masing-masing gitu. Kita kita udah sampai sejauh ini kita bergerak di bidang kita masing-masing. Kenapa nggak semakin menyadari konten konten kita yang terdekat gitu. Entah itu secara kebangsaan ataupun lingkungan-lingkungan personal gitu, cerita-cerita personal, apapun. Saya pikir cerita personal itu walaupun nggak nyangkut isu sosial secara langsung, tapi ketika kita bicara tentang lingkungan personal kita, ya itu udah bicara tentang di mana kita berada sebetulnya. Dan itu tinggal disampaikan melalui bentuk komunikasi-komunikasi yang lebih tepat untuk nyampein kontennya gitu. Nah, mungkin kalau dari saya, kalau kita kan di bidang foto dan film mungkin sedikit banyaknya lewat acara-acara gitu dan pameran misalnya. Nah, itu mungkin bisa mendatangkan publik yang lebih beragam untuk bisa mengetahui tentang rempah dan bahari. Nah, sehingga tadi nyambung ke urusan wedang di FFB misalnya gitu, atau makanan-makanan lain di Festival Film Bahari yang saat ini. Nah, kita coba untuk mengajak pelaku-pelaku, ahli-ahli yang membuat resep-resep rempah tersebut, juga pedagang juga gitu, pedagang yang jualan rempah dan lain-lain selama ini untuk bisa ikutan di kita gitu. Jadi nyambung ke Mas Iman tadi juga, secara ekonomi itu bisa bisa ada dampak kurang lebih, kita bisa nyambungin nih lewat acara festival film dan pameran foto, bisa disambungin gitu ke bidang-bidang yang lain untuk Cirebon, dan juga mungkin teman-teman yang di luar Cirebon yang tadinya mungkin nggak ada konten ke Cirebon gitu misalnya, karena sejauh ini juga secara kepemerintahan juga mungkin publikasinya harus terus digencarkan lagi, karena Cirebon hanya identik sejauh ini sama spiritual gitu kan, wisata spiritual dan kuliner. Oke lah, kita ngomongin kuliner mungkin tahun ini diangkat oleh Festival Film Bahari gitu. Tapi kalau cuman kuliner dan spiritual kan sepertinya ya perlu ada daya yang lain gitu untuk bisa ngangkat, dan cara yang lain juga gitu untuk bisa dikemas lagi supaya bisa semakin menarik gitu sebagai destinasi wisata misalnya. Mungkin pariwisata bisa menjawab hal itu gitu kan. Kemudian juga secara publikasi mungkin juga bisa mendukung keberadaan rempah gitu, dan juga macam-macam ya. Artinya kalau yang saya sempat dengar dari Mbak Kumo dari Negeri Rempah Foundation kan, pembacaan rempah sendiri udah dikemas sedemikian kontemporernya dan sedemikian banyaknya untuk bisa dimasuki oleh banyak lini lagi nih di bidang sosial gitu kan. Secara penerbitan buku, atau mungkin kemarin ada yang diskusi tentang etnobiologi, terus habis itu mungkin topik-topik yang lain lah gitu. Artinya menurut saya sih ya kuncinya mungkin dari beragam bidang harus semakin mengangkat konten-konten terdekat kita, dan juga tentang tanah dan air kita gitu, dimanapun kita berada atas nama bangsa apapun gitu, untuk bisa semakin beragam dan menarik ya, saling bisa bekerja sama satu sama lain gitu. Otentisitasnya juga semakin bisa dikomunikasikan melalui banyaknya keragaman bidang gitu, untuk menyampaikan satu atau konten-konten spesifik gitu menurut saya. Itu Mas.
Oke, terima kasih Mas Satrio. All of you for the speakers, thank you very much. It was a great insights, and well, it was a new experiences also for me too, new knowledge. And I hope that this is not the end. As you guys know, the speakers here, or probably the participants themselves, have something up their sleeves to help mainstream the spice roots in Indonesia. So we have spent almost 2 hours in this discussion, and I would love to speak more and discuss more about these spice root issues, but I have to let the venue. I would like to give it back to the host, to Mbak Rati from Negeri Rempah Foundation. So as a moderator, thank you very much to Mbak Dini, John, and also Mas Lutfan, Mbak Lala, and Mas Satrio for sharing us your great stories today. It was a great pleasure to host you guys. So without further ado, I will give it back to Mbak Rati. Mbak Rati, the venue is all yours.
Thank you very much, Mas Imanda, for your wonderful moderation. Thank you to all the speakers. And we will meet again in our next session, which is going to be on 3 o'clock in 10 minutes after this. We have a session on Spice Root Revisited, Remapping Social and Cultural Networks. We have contributing speakers from Italy, Dr. Andrea Akri, Dr. Jiri Jakel from Germany, Dr. Maulana Ibrahim from Indonesia, Dr. Diki Surya Atmaja, and moderated by Mas Sidi Rana Manggala from Indonesia. Thank you so much for participating in this session. We will meet again. See you again in 10 minutes. We will going to have a short break. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We meet again in the third session of the International Forum on Spice Route. Today's session is Spice Route Revisited, Remapping Social and Cultural Network. Before we start, I would like to invite our moderator.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Sidi Rana Manggala, who's going to be our moderator for this session. Mr. Sidi Rana Manggala?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're here, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, well, the time is yours.
So
yeah,
the time is already mine. Okay, so
pretty short introduction.
Yeah, sure, of course. It is now 10 a.m. in my time in Belgium. So good morning for you audience that are in Europe, and also good afternoon for those that are in Asia. So my name is Sidi Rana Manggala. I'm a bioscience engineer in Ghent University. I'm also the founder of Spiceland Indonesia. So I'm very pleased and very happy that my dear friend, my sister, Mbak Rati has invited me to become your moderator of today's dialogue and discussion about Spice Route Revisited, Remapping Social Cultural Networks. So we have today among us as the speaker, we have Mr. Andrea Acri from Italy, and also Mr. Jiri Jack from Germany, Mr. Maulana Ibrahim, and last but not least, we have also Mr. Diki Ahmad Sadikin from Bandung. So are the speakers already here? But I believe that Mr. Andrea will show a video because he apologized for his absence today. And I hope Mr. Jiri Jack is also can participate. I know he's on the way to Prague, but I hope you're still here with us. And can you turn your video on? All the speakers that are become the presenter today. Hello, Mr. Maulana Ibrahim, how are you?
Good.
Good. Okay, all right. Okay, nice. We have Pak Diki Surya Atmaja. You're still muted.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. And is Mr. Jiri Jackal, is he here?
Not yet, I'm afraid.
Not yet. So, so the first speaker we have today for our discussion about the topic of Spice Route Revisit, we're going to, because of his absence, we have Mr. Andrea Acri. So let me introduce you to him. So Mr. Andrea Acri has a laureate degree in 2005 from the University of Rome, Spazienza, and an MA 2006 and a PhD in 2011 from Leiden University. And he focused on South and South Asian studies with a disciplinary specialization in philology and religious studies. He has held research and teaching positions in India, Singapore, and Asia Research Institute, NUS, Australia, ANU, and the Netherlands, EEAS. Since late 2016, he's Maitre de Conference, tenured assistant professor in Tantric Studies at the Religious Studies section of the École Pratique des Hautes Études at EPHA PSL University Paris, and a statutory member the EA 2120 group, the Recherche Études Indines Grey, and he has joined AFAO in Paris as a part-time researcher to work in framework of the IFSR Dharma project from 2021 to 2023. His main research and teaching interests includes the history and circulation of Saiva and Buddhist tantric tradition in South and Southeast Asia, yoga studies, Indian philosophy, the religious history of Java and Bali, from the pre-modern to the modern period in the light of textual sources, and wider cultural and historical dynamics of intra-Asian maritime connectivity. Even though he's not here present among us, but after his video, we can have a short discussion about what are you actually studying. And this is really tremendous for us because we can, from his video, we can understand the historical background and also related to the spice routes from Indonesia and this concern to the European. So maybe for the organizer, we can play his video. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech. So today I will be talking about reconnecting South and Southeast Asian cultural histories on Sun Asian perspective. This is something on which I've been working on for a number of years, that is to promote a reapproachment between what we now regard as two separate cultural and political areas like South and Southeast Asia, but whose histories were deeply entangled in the past and which shared common roots even. So it is important, I think, to kind of transcend this area studies paradigm that still dominates academic discourse worldwide, to promote an innovative approach, reconnecting these different, now perceivably different discrete world areas. Now, as I said, the area studies paradigm, which is historically constructed, it was developed after the Second World War, starting from the 60s, has segregated, let's say, different regions of the world, and in this case of Asia, into self-contained fields of study. That is South, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, East Asia, etc. These discrete constructs have basically artificial boundaries. And as a scholar called Daud Ali has noted, when we speak about pre-modern cultural interactions, the way we conceptualize is often has much to do with the onward historical developments, which culminated in the formation of modern nationalism, as with the cultural, economical, and political flows which traversed the pre-colonial world. So these realities do not reflect, more often than not, pre-modern realities. Now, our geographies are, as I say, largely the result of this post-World War II paradigm and post-colonial as well paradigm of the nation states. And I would agree with Andrew Abalahin, who aptly stated that we need to frame a series of world historical developments that bring together histories that have customarily been viewed apart. So although there is a lot of scholarship on the histories of South and Southeast Asia, and everybody acknowledges, say, the deep influence exerted by South Asia, by pre-modern South Asia on pre-modern Southeast Asia, and especially with the phenomenon of Indianization, still these histories, the histories of the two regions are often studied separately. So we need to reconceptualize the region, I think a single unified region, and also to reconceptualize our academic disciplines, to favor multidisciplinary approaches. Now, many of you will know about this phenomenon of Indianization, which covered a very vast cultural area, going from India to insular Southeast Asia, from the early centuries of the Common Era up to the 1600 of the Common Era. Now, the problem is that we often speak about, scholars often speak about Indian culture, influences, etc. But what we call Indian or Indic is actually already a melange, a mixture of heterogeneous cultural elements with a long cultural and social history and a complex and extended geography. So it does not coincide neatly with the borders of the actual, what we call South Asia or even the Indian subcontinent, let alone the modern nation state of India. So if we study these areas separately, I think we are not getting the big picture. We are probably influencing our own perception and the outcome of our study. Now we need to realize that South and Southeast Asia are part of one single ecological, let's say, and climatic zone, and I may add also cultural zone, called Monsoon Asia. Monsoon Asia is a concept that was developed by French scholars in the early 20th century. It started, with the geographers, Jules Sion, for example, but soon was adopted also by humanists. Now, if we look at the merely geographical and ecological part of the picture, we can identify Monsoon Asia as this area dominated by the seasonal winds, monsoons, to different extents. So it doesn't need necessarily to be, a tropical or equatorial area. Even Japan, for example, and even Central Asia are part of the great system of the monsoon, of the climate dominated by the monsoons. But if we look at these maps, we can see more or less the extent of the southeastern part of Monsoon Asia, which neatly coincides, as you can see in the right map, with the Indo-Malaya ecozone. So this is actually a very specific ecological zone identified by scholars of environmental studies, which is indeed characterized by homogeneous natural features, ecological features. It is also worth looking at an old map below. Many maps produced before the 19th century actually depicted the two areas together, so South and Southeast Asia together, calling them India or India extra-Ganges, so the India beyond the river Ganges, or the East Indies. So they actually perceived these areas, because they were not yet nation states, they were only colonial constructions. Still, they were perceived as somehow being part of the same, they were put together in the imaginary of the people. They belong to the same world, so to speak. Now, as I said, humanists also use the concept of Monsoon Asia, which was defined by Craig Reynolds as a geo-environmental metaphor. Indeed, it's a very nice definition, but this concept goes back to the early 20th century. Paul Moose, Sylvain Lévy, Jean Preluski, and Georges Sedes actually studied Indian phenomena. Most of them were Sanskritists, or they studied ethnography of Indian and Southeast Asian people. They regarded this area as a theater for, let's say, the spread, the movement of people and Indian civilization, not only going from India to Southeast Asia, but possibly also the other way around. This area is very interesting, culturally speaking. It has the highest number of phyla, so of linguistic families, Indo-Aryan, Dravidian, Austroasiatic, Austronesian, Tibeto-Burman, etc. So it's one of the richest in the world. It is also the cradle, the origin of Austroasiatic, Austronesian, and Tibeto-Burman languages. And it has an extremely early evidence of human population. Think about the Java man, for example, or the Australian Aboriginals, Papua New Guinea with its own agricultural revolution. So it is an extremely old part of the world when people already were here for a long time. I mean, modern humans. And it is also the area where possibly navigation itself was invented, was first developed. So we have a mix of cultural packages. You can say ethnoculture, so genes, so genetic differences, language differences, different technologies, domestication of animals and crop. A lot happened in this area. So there was also a lot of movement and exchanges. We can call this area a huge cultural zone, even if we don't want to consider it as a homogeneous cultural area, which was not. Still, we can say it was a contact zone, a network. So we can compare this concept to Eurasia, which is commonly, employed in academic discourse, even in mainstream medias increasingly. So to see these kind of connections across vast geographic areas and across time as well in the longue durée. Now, interesting things have been noted by a colleague named Ian Sinclair. He has pointed out that the diffusion of Sanskrit language proficiency follows the spread of Brahmanism, of course. Many others have noted that. But interestingly, it coincides with the borders of the Indo-Malaya ecozone, which you see in the map green. This is a map drawn by a chapter in an edited volume that to which I contributed. It was published by ECS in 2019. So this is an interesting fact that Sanskrit didn't spread beyond the Wallace line, dividing Bali, Lombok, and from the rest, and Kalimantan from Sulawesi and the Eastern Islands. So ecology goes together with Sanskrit and Sanskrit epigraphy. And basically this pseudo-Sanskritic epigraphy reaches Korea, China, northern China, but not beyond. So again, there seems to be some kind of correspondence with between monsoon Asia and the spread of Sanskritic culture. Now, Pierre-Yves Mangan, in a 2011 introduction to an edited volume, rightly points out that the relationship between South and Southeast Asia goes back to before the first evidence of Indian culture is found in the region. So these two areas have already an entangled history, a long prehistory, possibly of contacts. Along similar lines, Hermann Pulke speaks about a convergence. So basically, he sees the two areas as having developed comparable socio-political processes. The two areas were already very similar before Indianization took place and could take place. Otherwise, it would probably have happened as it happened in South America with the arrival of the Spaniards, or with the Aboriginals in Australia and the English. So I mean, the British. So it's just when two different technologically cultural civilizations meet, you often have problems. But in this case, there seems to have been an incredible cross-fertilization, which led to the creation of the let's say Indian influence culture of Southeast Asia, and possibly also to Indian culture itself as we know it. So it is important to transcend this monodirectional paradigm, only seeing influences coming from India towards Southeast Asia within the wider framework of monsoon Asia. So we should ask a series of questions. What were the flows and interactions across and beyond Southeast Asia? What were the translocal cultural dynamics before and beyond Indianization? Can we even reconstruct a shared cultural matrix through the region? These are difficult questions, but fascinating, and possibly they could be answered now that we have a lot of data. I would like to go back to this, to the first, those who first developed the concept of monsoon Asia, applying it to the study of Indian culture and other cultures of the area, that is Paul Moose in particular. I leave it to you to appreciate and read this quotation from his seminal work, article actually, on Hinduism seen from the East, has been translated into English. So he rightly noted that there is a seeming cultural unity amidst this great homogeneity of the cultures going from India to Indochina, Indonesia, the Pacific Islands even, and that the sea was a unifying factor. In fact, even hundreds or even thousands of kilometers of sea could connect rather than divide people. It is more easy to actually, move across the sea than overland. So for instance, maybe Kashmir and South India were less connected than South India and Sumatra, or South India and Java, because the sea, the shipping lanes made contacts easier, of course, dangerous, slow relatively, but nonetheless, they favor them. And the evidence of this is before our eyes. All the monuments, the texts, the trade, the goods, the spices, etc. So it basically made an argument against the use of Indian religion or Chinese religion, etc., but rather to consider these terms in a wider context. Sedas was the author of The Indianized State of Southeast Asia, seemed to accept this view, noting that the civilization of pre-Aryan India already had features in common with the civilizations of Southeast Asia. And so we could probably infer the existence of a base common to all of Monsoon Asia. Ian Mabbett, writing in 1977, published 2 articles advancing a compelling argument against the, let's say, the use of categories such as India and Indonesia, Southeast Asia, simply because there was so much in common in the pre-modern period that it hardly makes sense to speak about different entities. Sheldon Pollock, the author of the scholar who elaborated the concept of Sanskrit cosmopolis that is often used by scholars studying pre-modern India and pre-modern Southeast Asia, also knows that it doesn't make sense to distinguish between South and Southeast Asia in the first millennium of the Common Era. Now, as I said, Monsoon Asia, with its maritime corridors, formed a natural space that favored the movement of people, commodities, languages, and ideas. Recent research has uncovered similarities and also the exchanges in material culture and technology, for instance, but also languages, religions, etc., which suggests long-standing cultural and historical connections among the societies of Monsoon Asia. So new archaeological evidence has uncovered, let's say, proofs, evidence for the existence of a prehistoric maritime Silk Road going across a series of interaction spheres across the Indian Ocean, extending all the way to the Indian subcontinent. We're already talking about 3000 actually, before the Common Era. Similarly, studies about ceramics, cultigens, nautical terms, and other evidence has highlighted the existence of regular maritime contacts between South and Southeast Asia from at least the first millennium BCE. Religion also could have played a role, not only material culture. For example, we have this enigmatic jar burials or boat-shaped houses. They seem to be linked to a complex of cosmologies, basic cosmological ideas that we find in India and also in Southeast Asia, which may have even predated, the arrival of Indian culture as we know it. Roger Blanche speaks about an arc of vegiculture as early as 10,000, before present, going from Melanesia all the way to Nepal, which is evidence of contacts, between people in these widely distant areas. Also, the transmission of staples like rice, taro, banana, areca nuts, etc. The presence of ancestral worship throughout this area, buffalo sacrifices in both northeastern India, Nepal, insular Southeast Asia, mainland Southeast Asia, Naga cults, or the importance of snakes, water deities, tree deities in the folklores and the religions of these areas architecture, so the house on stilts that you find, all the way from Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, to Indonesia and the Pacific, and the sacralization of certain natural features, so very important for the religion, sacred geography based on a series of different centers, etc. So these are just impressionistic views, but a lot can be said about these things. So basically, we have it is possible that the people dispersed, traveled in this area, bringing with them their languages, their cultures, their technologies, and that the dispersal of Austronesian-speaking people from South China to Southeast Asia and the rest of the Austronesian-speaking world, the Pacific, on a base, let's say, a bedrock of Austroasiatic-speaking people, which were already present in southern China, mainland Southeast Asia, and India, important to remark, could have mirrored as well the dispersal of Indo-Aryan speaking people into the Indian subcontinent, where Austroasiatic speaking people, Dravidian speaking people were already present. So we have just this kind of similar dynamics of linguistic and genetic layering. I think we also have to talk about social cultural packages. It's of course difficult and even dangerous to associate languages with ethnic groups and cultures, but nonetheless, the evidence tells us that there is such an association often. So we associate, for example, Indo-Aryan language speakers with Sanskritic culture, Indic culture. There's nothing wrong about that. We can do the same, I think, with Austroasiatic and Austronesian speaker. Statistically speaking, if we have a large amount of features we can study, we can kind of associate them with certain groups. Now, I know I'm actually already short of time, but I would like to quickly go through this important point I would like to make, that even if we look at India only, at the cultural history of India, I think we can find evidence of the contribution of people coming from Southeast Asia. And in order to do so, we can go to the very early pre-modern period, even to the prehistoric period. And some exciting research has been published by a linguist, John Peterson, based in Germany, who has found a very interesting thing, namely let's say the overlap between a linguistic substratum dominated by Austroasiatic languages in the area that an Indologist, Johannes Bronkhorst, has called Greater Magadha, which corresponds to modern day Bengal and Bihar, more or less, which was according to him, was one of the cradles of Indian civilization, and especially of non-Brahmanical, non-Indo-Aryan speaking, culture streams. For instance, Buddhism, Jainism, Yoga, Sankhya, so some of the more important systems of Indian religion were born in Greater Magadha, but they were not Brahmanical from the stage. They were actually appropriated by Brahmins in a much later historical period. Now, the interesting thing is that if, indeed, as John Peterson argues, the linguistic substratum of Greater Magadha was Austroasiatic, so people spoke Austroasiatic languages, then this brings into the discussion a lot of interesting elements. For instance, okay, this I've already spoken about. I would like to go to the next. Yes, for instance, the Austroasiatic speaking people, and probably even part of Greater Magadha culture, owed to Southeast Asia. So what we now call Munda speakers, which are just found in pockets, surviving pockets. You can see on the map the violet pockets in Orissa and other neighboring states, Madhya Pradesh, etc., were once more widespread, and they were not Adivasi, they were not indigenous to India, but they actually came from Southeast Asia. So probably the original place of the Austroasiatic languages was somewhere between let's say, northern mainland Southeast Asia, southern China. It's still not very sure. So the important, finding, also another important finding here is that the Austroasiatic speakers moved from their homeland, as I said, in the northern part of mainland Southeast Asia, not only through the overland corridor, but also via a maritime corridor, which went from the Malay Peninsula or eastern Thailand in Myanmar to Orissa via the Andaman Islands, which are still dominated by Austroasiatic speakers. So this, of course, carries important implications. Again, bringing into the picture, the big picture, Southeast Asia, and especially these often neglected so-called tribal, small-scale societies speaking Austroasiatic languages, which actually were very important in the, let's say, the early dispersals of ideas, cultigens, technology, navigation, for example, agriculture, and maybe even religion. So this is the most exciting part for me, being a historian of religions. I think that should be studied more. So the contribution of Austroasiatic people to the shaping of religions, of historical religions in Monsoon Asia. So there are, for example, there is evidence of borrowings from Austroasiatic languages into Sanskrit, for instance, especially terms related to agriculture. And okay, a lot can be also said about genetics. So these people obviously are part of the genetic map of India, and so they contributed also to that. Now, the early Brahmanical literature speaks about Greater Magadha as inhabited by Asura worshipping, so demonic people from the east, people would look different from, the main Indo-Aryan speakers. And as again, we should be cautious when linking these cultures to people and ethnic groups, but nonetheless, I believe it is possible to do it. And can we then reconstruct elements of this ancient culture by comparing features, pretty much, by doing what Dumezil, has done for the Indo-European languages, or the Austronesian project led by Fox and others, with respect to the great family of Austronesian languages spread from the Pacific to Southeast Asia and Madagascar. Now, I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I just wanted to talk about these substratal elements in classical Hinduism, and especially Tantra. So, for instance, the presence of Austroasiatic words, or in any event, non-Indo-Aryan words, in an early Shaiva context. The ambiguous figure of Rudra, for instance, outsider deity, which was developed in the medieval Tantra, but which probably has, I think, earlier roots, which are non-Brahmanical, the importance of, Nagas, etc., and the importance to carry out comparative research between the small-scale societies of India and Southeast Asia and, the Sanskritic culture, so Sanskrit texts, to look for, overlapping features. And I would like to close with by drawing attention to the research of a Nepalese scholar, Gautama Vajracharya, who has interpreted late Vedic culture as a monsoonal influence culture. So he has realized how culture of Nepal, but also northern India in general, was initially linked to this Indo-Aryan speakers, was a pastoral culture, but then from a certain time, when this population started to move deep into the Indian, the Gangetic plains, the culture, the mythology changed, and the influence of monsoons could be seen. So more importance given to the seasonal cycle of rains, to water, and now we could ask if this monsoonal culture extended beyond the borders of the Indian subcontinent, right? Could we do comparative research on, for instance, religions and features of ecology and even the natural, phenomena, catastrophes, volcanoes, eruptions, floods? Could cosmologies be entangled with these events going back to the deep human past? as well as the present, because monsoon Asia is very prone to this type of catastrophes. So yes, this is basically just some of the points I think we should do more research on in the future, to study with these cultural substratums and the exchange linguistic and ethnic genetic exchanges in the theater of monsoon Asia. And the most important realization is that what we call Indic or Indian is already a melange of heterogeneous cultural elements with a long culture and social history and a complex geography. Even more importantly, Southeast Asia played a key role in the constitution of the social-cultural complex and was not a merely passive receiver. Now, some of the ideas I've expounded to you today are already found in this publication, this collaborative edited volume, which came out in 2017. So if you are interested, you can look for the contributions, the articles that touch on various aspects of this problem. And of course, this is something I'm still working on with other people. And hopefully, I mean, I just wanted to indeed give you a different perspective. So that we should try to transcend these national histories that today we are just accustomed to study, children study in schools. We should try to, transcend these concepts, and if we want to reconnect the past histories, especially of South and Southeast Asia, and think bigger, imagine, I think a wider cultural area, geographical area, to make sense of the exchanges, the movement of people, and the creation of widely different but also similar in a way cultures that we can nowadays still see through vestiges of the past and even in the present in this area called Monsoon Asia. So thank you very much for your attention, and apologies for not being able to participate in the debate, which I'm sure will be very exciting. Once again, thank you and have a good discussion. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Andrea Acri. It was really interesting for me also as a bioscience engineer. I never thought that, from the historical background and also from our history, that the monsoon have something to do with the movement of spices and also religion and culture. So not much of me talking. So I'm also inviting people that like to add for his discussion, maybe a few minutes, and then we continue with Mr. Diki Surya Atmaja from ITB. So feel free to add or comment, and Mr. Andrea will respond later on through email or some direct messages through social media. So any questions or comments, feel free to ask. If not, you can also share a chat in the chat column, and maybe the organizer will follow up later in the day. So thank you once again. A great applause for his research all of these years. So I'm going to invite our next speaker is Mr. Diki Surya Atmaja. So how are you, sir? Everything okay?
Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
So how's the weather in Bandung now?
It's getting rainy.
Getting rainy. So. yeah. And what time is it there now? It's 3:30, right?
Yeah. 3:45.
So you ready to present your presentation?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I'm
so
ready.
I will read your biography first.
Okay, please.
And maybe we can continue with your presentation. So,
okay, thank you.
Mr. Diki Ahmad Sadikin, his occupation is in cartography and also in geographic information system, GIS, and heritage conservation, cultural heritage tourism, And now he is the principal of Cartographer Center for Remote Sensing from ITB. So I have actually a lecture in the coming week for ITB, but you know, that is your time. So the floor is yours, Mr. Diki Ahmad Sadikin. Feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Zidi. I would like to share my screen. Can everybody see it clearly? Is it clear?
It is clear.
Okay, thank you.
Or maybe you can have a little bit zoom in. It's or
that's a maximum zoom.
Okay, all right, no worries.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diki Suryatmaja. I'm from ITB, Institute of Technology, Bandung. I'm a cartographer, principal cartographer of Center for Remote Sensing. And I would like to present some of my research concerning about cartography of my country, of course, about colonial plantation in Java that initiate the second oldest railway in Asia. Well, it is obvious if India was the first region in Asia that implemented the railway technology because it was occupied by the British, and the British was the inventor of railway system. You know, George Stephenson invented locomotives. So, but it is very interesting to know that the second one was not other British area in Asia, but it was in Netherlands, India, which was occupied by the Netherlands. Why this condition happened? Let me start with Great War in Indonesia today, previously named Netherlands, India. There was a Great War in Java, the main island in Indonesia. Most historians name it Java War, but Indonesian name it Diponegoro War or Perang Diponegoro, because the main character was Prince Diponegoro. This is him. It was 5 years war in Java or in Indonesia, but it was the toughest, the worst war that should be faced by a Dutch colonial in Indonesia or in Netherlands, India. It nearly turned the Dutch colonial government to bankruptcy because it cost too much for them. But in 1830, Prince Diponegoro was captured and then sent to exile. But the condition was not getting better because after 1830, followers of the Prince Diponegoro still turned rebellion throughout Java, but in remote areas, of course. This also brought a very big burden for the government of the Dutch colonial. So they were thinking about how to overcome this problem because they didn't want to have another great war that could turn the government of the Dutch colonial into bankruptcy. After the war, the Dutch government thought about how to recover the economy. So they established a new system named cultuurstelsel or cultivation system. Basically, it forced the people to give 20% of their crops to the government. If somebody didn't have any land, they have to spend 20% of their time a year, which means 75 days a year, to work for the government, the Dutch government, without any payment. But
Mr. Dicky,
as a matter of sorry, yes?
Your slide doesn't change. Are you still on the first page?
No, the second one.
Your slide doesn't change. It's
Okay,
still on the first.
Sorry, I will turn to the original one. Can anybody see it clearly?
Yes, we can.
It should be a locomotive on the screen. Yes.
Yes.
And then a picture of a war. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. And then I change it to the third one. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So after the Great War in Java War or Diponegoro War, during in 1825 to 1830, the Dutch government faced a very, very great loss economically. It almost turned the government into bankruptcy. So they, to recover the economy, they applied a new system in Java named cultuurstelsel or cultivation system, which basically forced the people of Java to give 20% of their crops to the government. Or if they had no land, they had to give 20% of their time in a year, which means 75 days, to work freely for the government, which is non-paid. But as a matter of fact, it was not 20%. It was nearly 100%. They have to work whole year for the Dutch colonial, and they have to give almost all of their crops to the government, to the Dutch colonial government. So it was a very, very massive exploitation during that time in Java. As the cultuurstelsel applied, it pushed up the production into top level. So they need to transport all their crops from the plantation as much as they can, as they could, to the harbors at the north coast of Java to export it to Europe and another part of the world. But during that time, let me show you the next map. Here's my next research. As you can see here, Java, the north coast of Java, there were several main harbors to export the crops produced from inland of Java to many parts of the world. But they have no transportation facilities that are enough to transport the maximum production of the plantation during that time after the cultuurstelsel or cultivation. So let me zoom in the map like this. As you can see here, there is a thin white line over here across the Java island from west to the east. And that was the only road in Java built by Governor General Daendels. And this road was also used to transport crops from inland of Java to harbors along the northern coast of Java. But what kind of transportation did they used. Let me show you the next slide. This is the condition of the road. Dirt road with rocks and muddy, the rain could turn it to muddy road during a rainy season. So the transportation was like this. This was the only transportation available in Java at the time to transport crops from inland of Java to the harbors. It took weeks or even months to transport all the crops produced from the plantations. Most of the crops were rotten, were not arrived in harbor in a good condition because it was very, very slow and very, very small capacity for the boosted production of the plantation. So the government of the Dutch colonial thought that they had to
Hello? Hello? Mr. Diki, you're still here with us? Hello? Yeah, as Mr. Diki told us before, there was quite heavy rain in Bandung, so we hope to get him back really soon. Maybe the organizer can contact him again.
Yes, we will contact him.
All right. So for the audience, if you still have questions or comments, you can also put it on the chat column from the first and the second presenter. Yeah. So you're back? You're muted, sir. Pak Diki, you're muted. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm back and I have to turn back to my slide. Is that seen clearly?
Yeah, it's a picture of two men.
Yes, thank you. This is King William II, and this is the Governor General. I should explain it back that at that time, the Parliament of the Dutch colonial, the Dutch in the Netherlands, they were separated into two groups. The first one is the conservative. The second one was the liberal. The conservative insists that the railway should be built by the government, not by the private sector. But the liberal group, they insist that the government should allow the private sector to build the railway system in Java. And it takes more than 20 years until King William II decided that the private sector was allowed to build the railway system because the government didn't have enough money to construct the very, very expensive railway system in Java. So the first company, the first railway company in Indonesia or in the Netherlands, India, was a private company named NIS or Nederlands Indische Spoorweg Maatschappij. This is the central office of the NIS in Semarang, Central Java, Indonesia. One of the most beautiful buildings in Indonesia. We call it now Lawang Sewu. And NIS built a particular railway, the first one in 1864 until 1867. Yeah. After that, it was only 25 kilometers of rail line, but after a few years, they built another railway nearby, and not to take any longer, they turned into the richest railway company in Indonesia at the time. So they could build this beautiful building like this. This is the first station among the two stations in Semarang. Semarang Tanggung was the first rail line, 25 kilometers. Started in 1864. And let me show you the next map. This is my next research. It depicts the railway system throughout Java until 1925. There were almost 7,000 kilometers of railway in Java only, plus this island, Madura. And they construct to almost every single corner of this island because they had so many plantations in this area, particularly in West Java, because there were 60% of plantation that were located in West Java only. Let me zoom in the island, the map. Okay. This was Semarang Tanggung, the first railway, 25 kilometers over here, and then spread out. And at the end of 1925, there were more than 24 railway companies that run their business in Java or in the Netherlands, India. So there were not only one or two or three companies, there were more than 24 railway companies. And the only state-owned railway company was Staatsbouwwegen. This is the logo. That in 1925, it was the largest railway company operated in Netherlands, India. To represent the condition of plantation and railway system, let us move into this small part of the map from Bogor, Sukabumi, and Cianjur. It was only a small part of the whole railway system in Java Island. This is Bogor, Sukabumi, and Cianjur. This particular railway only, this particular line only, I could say that it changed the world history. Why? Because as you can see here, plantations, mostly tea, coffee, rubber, and quinine, medication for malaria. So at that time, more than 90% of the quinine world supply was supplied by the Netherlands, India, more than 90%. And mostly it came from this region only. And the largest quinine factory at that time was in Bandung, my city now, ITB. And there was a rubber factory. I should not say it a rubber because it was a different kind of rubber. They call it gata perca, or we Malay call it getah perca. It was used to isolate the underwater cable or subsea cable that was installed between mainland of Europe to England and then to United States, even to Africa. And this was the main kata perca factory in the world at that time. So without this plantation and factory, and without this rail line, we would not see that underwater telegraph cable will spread out from Europe to any part of the world, like Africa or United States. And let me show you another one. We have a particular tea plantation here, and obviously a tea factory named Gulpara. We locals call it Goalpara, but the original name was Gulpara. It was not a Japanese name or a Sundanese name or an Indonesian name, a Malay name or Dutch name. It was Indian name. How come? This particular plantation was started from a small village north of India named Gulpara. So the Dutch came to India and asked for a tea seed, and the British informed them to go to north of India to visit a village named Gulpara, because the British had successfully established a tea plantation there. So they brought the seed and planted the seed over here, and it brought successfully production. So they named the plantation and the factory here as the source, similar to the name of the location of the seed, which was Gulpara. And another interesting story was over here. There is a Nazi German graveyard over here. It was very strange because there was no connection between Nazi German and Indonesia at that time. But how come they were here? It was a very long story, but very interesting. Let me make it short. But at that time, the military industry of the German need raw materials, and since they were surrounded by the ally from the east by the Russia, and then from the west by the British and the American, so they had no option to get any raw materials for their military factory. But they did know that in Indonesia, during that time, it was occupied by Japan, one of their allies. They could get anything, any raw materials for their military industry. So they sent more than 20 submarines from German to breach the Allied blockade, just to come to Batavia and then get raw materials from many parts of Java. And from this particular region only, the main raw material was rubber. So you can see here many rubber plantations, thousands and thousands of hectares of rubber plantation. So at the end of the Second World War, there were about 3,000 Nazi troops that were stranded here near to the plantation. Okay, so that's my last slide, and it depicts that the small part of the whole Java, this small part of the whole Java could play a great role to the world history. And that made my last presentation slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Diki. It's really interesting also for me So let's make this clear. So people from Europe, from Japan, from Germany, all the way came to Indonesia to get something, right?
Yeah.
And along the way, they built something like a railway, anything that can easing the process of getting the commodities.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I have a question before we go to the audience. So do you
Okay,
think
go ahead.
the railway is a blessing for Indonesian today or not?
Today, yeah, sorry. Until 1980s, the railway was still the main transportation system in Indonesia, particularly in Java. But during that time, 1970s and 1980s, there was a change in political situation in Indonesia that seemingly abandoned the railway. So in 1980s, if I'm not mistaken, there were only about 60% of the whole railway operated in Indonesia. It is very strange because rather than they built a new railway, but the colonial railway that already had been built was abandoned. Only 60% was still operated, and that's a condition in 1980s. But now government tried to turn the main transportation in Java into railway again, because they know that, well, this is the most efficient one for public transportation and goods transportation in Java and the whole Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was my interest and my curiosity. So we have the Q&A session after Pak Maulana. So for all of the audience to have a question, we will do that afterwards. So thank you, Pak Diki. It was really interesting standing
You're
across from
welcome.
you to you. Real nice. Thank you for your time. And
You're
let's
welcome.
continue for the next marvelous speaker. Pak Maulana, are you here?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So how are you, sir? Everything okay in Ternate?
Everything okay, but it's still rainy. It's same like in Bandung, I see. We have heavy rainy this afternoon. Now
Okay.
it's 6:11 in the evening.
Okay, 6:11.
Okay.
So let me indulge you and tell about who Pak Maulana is. So I will read your short CV. So Pak Maulana Ibrahim PhD is an associate professor at the Department of Architecture, University Khairun, Ternate, Indonesia. And he is also the founder of Ternate Heritage Society. His research activities are concerning cultural heritage in Ternate area and North Maluku. He has been actively facilitating heritage trail, discussion, and conservation. His main research interests are preservation, conservation, urban design, and vernacular architecture. So, not further ado, Pak Maulana, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'll try to share the content from here, but I think I have some problem because we cannot share a screen from here. I try.
Yeah. So maybe you can send to the organizer and I will just share screen it for you if you like.
Okay, I just open it. Yes, I can open it. Can you see it?
Yes, the Spice Island revisited. So
okay,
nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you, audience, and all the participants of this evening session. It's a heavy rain here in the Spice Islands. I live in a small island city, Ternate, and now I will tell a little bit story about my island, my hometown, and our activity here since the last 5 years. That's why I put the title, The Spice Islands Revisited, a learning process in Ternate Island City. If you look back at this map, the Spice Road Of course, everything starts from a small, tiny islands in the eastern part of the archipelago. Here, all these links connected with these islands. We call it Nusantara and now become Indonesia, and more specifically in the eastern part of Indonesia because of clove and nutmeg. So we are all here, discussion of this spice root. We cannot forget where it starts, where it is began. This is the Spice Islands, if you are not forget, because more than 100 again, this small tiny islands not famous anymore, including of the clove and nutmeg producer, because you can find nutmeg and clove all over the world, including in your table, in your food, or even in your grocery and supermarket. But can you imagine 1,000 years ago, or even 500 years ago, sailors have to took at least 22 months to get to these small, tiny islands where the clove grow only on this small island. This is the Moluccu. We call it Moluccu. This is the original name. And the Westerners or the European, they call it the Spice Islands. Moluccu actually consists of Ternate Island, I mark in with A, and Tidore Island, B, Moti Island, C, and Makian, D. So these four famous Spice Islands are local language call it Moluccu. Now, when we become Indonesia, we are all the Indonesian people knowing the name Maluku, but it's a biased word because it's full with this island in the eastern parts, because we have a new province, we have two provinces using the name Maluku, the north and the south. But the south only use the word Maluku. But if you're learning history, the word Maluku actually coming from this small, tiny island in the north part that in our language, we call it Moluccu. It is an active volcano island. It's very active. You can see in this picture, the Ternate volcano island, the Gamalama volcano, still smoke until today's the status. One of my colleagues sent me the message that today is one of the highest status of the Gamalama volcano. I took this picture from my friend, drone pilot Reza Zela, to explain to all of you where is the Spice Islands located and where is the original name of Maluku coming from. In the historical maps, the European made these maps like this, and you can see it's a very active volcano full with fortress. For example, here they put a lot of fortress. This is Ternate Island, and then Tidore with a small building is a fortress, and then Makian and Moti in the middle between Tidore and Makian. Of course, we also have another Spice Islands around it, that four island. This is the historical base timeline. So actually, before the European coming, we are already exist the kingdom. We call it the Sultanate of Ternate. The Sultanate of Ternate, the Sultanate of Tidore, the Sultanate of Jailolo, or originally coming from Makian, and Sultanate of, from Moti Island and from Makian Island, and then become the Sultanate of Bacan, established since 10, 11, 12, and 13th century. So at least 200 or 300 years before the first European coming to trade with us. We have also an international trading port from Ternate, because we have a trader from Nusantara, Chinese and Arabic words. And in the historical document, we have also a head of the trading port of Ternate, who is a Chinese man, become the head of the port in that period, in the 14th and 15th century. And then we rise up in the golden age of the Sultanate in 16th century, and then we come a kind of bad period or dark side in the colonialism period from 17 until early 20th century. And nowadays, I will tell the story what's happened until this true period. So the city started from here, the image of the colonial and before it. So in the left side, there was São João Baptista de Terrenate, or we call it Benteng Castela. It was built by the Portuguese in 1522, neighboring the capital city of the Kingdom of Ternate, São Paulo. So São Paulo is its left side. So because this is the European drawing, so they're not drawing our capital city, they only drawing the capital city, which is São João Baptista de Terrenate. It was very thematic and political things, we call it spatial political things happening in this small island, because even the name, you can see, São João Baptista. So they use the name of saint, the Saint John, because the first period of the building is in the time where the Saint John was baptized. And then these forts were occupied by the Sultanate when the Sultan Babula succeeded to throw out the Portuguese, because after the dark side of, they killed the Sultan Harun. So from 1575, we have our new capital, the São Paulo, became larger and occupied all the Portuguese colonial city. This is the historical background that I want to say what's happened to the island right now. We have the golden age of the Sultanate that was shown in this picture. It's a very beautiful sketch and picture that's shown the capital city of the Sultanate in 1599, where the first time the Dutch trading coming. So there's two ships from the Netherlands with the mark A in the right side, this one, these two ships. They approach the port of Ternate inside of this coral reef. It was a very beautiful natural heritage located in the same place until nowadays. I will explain it later, why it's still happening until nowadays. This is a very strategic and beautiful capital city, which chosen by the Ternate Kingdom and the Portuguese, because it's very clear open water and protected with this coral reef in the front. After the coral reef is open sea water facing to Tidore Island, the contested neighboring island that was make a collaboration with the Spanish. So when the Magellan and Elcano doing his rounding the world to found the spice, the clove and nutmeg, they join the Tidore Kingdom and make agreement. Because in Ternate, that time there's already established a Portuguese kingdom. And then our capital moved from the south part to the east part, become nowadays Ternate capital city. So it was moving because of the Spanish. In 1606, the Spanish conquered the capital city from the left side, and we moved to the right side or the east part of the island, and then become our new capital city until nowadays. It's neighboring between Fort Oranje or the Dutch VOC, the first fort from the Dutch VOC in Indonesia or Nusantara at the time, built in 1606. This was the first fortress by the Dutch VOC. And in the southern part, we have the first fortress by the Portuguese. So this very special small island become concurrent between big country or big kingdom in the time because of the clove, because of the spice itself. This is the image to tell what's happened from through periods and centuries, that the capital already moved to the east part of the island. So that when the Fort Oranje was built in 1606, the Dutch VOC built this small port to conquer the clove, and neighboring the Sultanate capital city. You can see there's a mosque here. It's a typical Nusantara mosque with the roof type like in Java, in Sumatra, or even from Southeast Asian country. We have a typical roof type like this. And it's a very busy port from the beginning until the Dutch VOC period. And it's still an active volcano itself. So all the drawing image about the island must be completed with the smoke in the top of the mountain like this. And this is today, 2021. We become an island city, crowded with citizens and buildings, but only in the east part of the island, because in the west part is very not safe for the settlement because of the volcano itself. So we live in a small island and active volcano. So volcano become our daily life, and clove, of course, we still happening until nowadays. All this mountainside is full with clove and nutmeg tree, but in the coastal area, full with buildings like this. So this historical island changing so fast for the last 10 years or the last decade. Even land reclamation project taking place in this small island. So they built a new shopping mall like this, and a mosque, and a public parks, buildings, and etc. This is the story that I wanted to share to all of you. The youth movement in the conservation and cultural and natural heritage of this small island of Ternate. We start with our oldest clove tree. Ternate Heritage Society organized a heritage walking tour at the oldest clove tree plantation, involving all the people who want to learn about cloves, and they open it for public. This is just the poster for promoting in the social media campaign. So when you join this Jelajah Cengkeh Afo or Jelajah Pusaka Tongole, you will learning together how they produce clove directly in the plantation from the expert. So this is one of our experts, Bapak Jauhar, is the head community of Cengkeh Afo and Gamalama Spice. He will explain to us detail by detail, including all side of the Dutch water system. Like this is the old side of the Dutch water system in Tongole. And Pak Jauhar will explain for the youngsters about how the clove plantation working and then get harvest time. And then we explain, and we ended with this beautiful culinary, the heritage culinary in spice plantation. So we enjoy all the food from the local people, and we pay for them. So it's not a free activity. We have to pay because they produce the food. So we're involving many people by step, period by period, monthly heritage walking tour like this, to visit the original of the heart of the Spice Island. It was the Cengkeh Afo clove plantation. The second agenda, we organized the Heritage Festival. It's happening since February 2007 in the oldest Dutch VOC fortress or Fort Oranje. So in all buildings like this, we organize 3 days events from morning until night, from 8 until 22. It's a lot of activity that was involved by a young generation. We have Jelajah Benteng, photography exhibition, movie screening, discussion, music performance, digital art imaging, learning our Dola Bolo, or the oldest poem of Ternate. And then we have education program for children like this. Drawing and explaining about the heritage side of Ternate. We also have a theater performance in all this Dutch building inside Fort Oranje. The third one, we have gastronomy heritage walking tour. So we invite people to enjoy the food directly from the kitchen. This is one of the influence by the European and the Arab style. In our local language, we call it forno, or some people from Europe call it forno. It's a place for cook a cake or even a pizza you can burn here. So in Ternate Island, they still use the old methods to produce culinary, especially a cake, and then they sell it in the street, like street food like this. So in Ramadan is the highly traffic jam because people all stop to buy all the food from their local method and inherited from 500 years ago, I think, or 700 years ago. And we involve people to see inside and how it produces the culinary or the gastronomy process happening, where the stone coming from, where the wood coming from, and what's happened to the detailed process until we eat it. And then we have an evening eat like this. This is a combination between local and Arabic foods. or we call it nasi kebuli, while enjoy the city, the waterfront city. The last event or activity still happening now from August to September. So we are doing some public service from the university, Hairun University. We involve many volunteers to learning together with storytelling and visual graphic image directly in the site of Castella or Sao João Baptista, or the Spanish call it Nostra Senora del Rosario. This oldest fort, the first European fort in Ternate, we're learning directly from here. There's a good point of learning here because the fort still have its original window. This is the window that they bring in 1520s or 30s directly from Lisbon. They call it Janela Manuela. And then our local word for window is jendela. So Indonesian language is involved by the Latin or the Portuguese language, janela. But our local Ternate language, we call it janela. Exactly the same with the Portuguese say it's janela. It's the famous janela. That's why they name Manuela. It's the King Manuela in Portuguese who ruled in that period. So the window type, they name it janela Manuela. You can see it when you come to Ternate directly to the Sao João Baptista or the Nostra Senora, or we call it Benteng Castella. This unique fort, the first European fort in Nusantara, they have 3 names, 4 names actually in local language, we call it Gamlamo. We involve children to learning together the old picture. We explain to them, actually with their language, of course. That's why we call it storytelling. And we bring books and we learn together. And that's some of our activity now. What's happened to the earliest or the current situation in the Spice Island. That's all my story for this session. I hope we can share another story or discuss or asking question and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Maulana. Really interesting. I've never been to your place, to Ternate, but I'm a scientific explorer of spices, and I really want to go to your place. Maybe
Please,
next year, yeah?
Please come in. There's a lot of researchers coming here.
Yeah, I know.
Even
yeah, I've been.
Can you imagine? Even one researcher from New York City.
Yeah.
She only want to hug with the clove tree just to get the imagination and concept about the new perfume in New York City. They have to come to Ternate and hug the oldest clove tree. Something like that.
Really?
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I've been expediting from Aceh to Merauke for cinnamon, and also among other spices also since 2017. I've never been to Ternate and really want to go there someday.
You should. This is the heart of the Spice Islands.
Thank you. Thank you. So really interesting, both of the speakers, 3 of the speakers. And well, this is the audience time to ask questions if you have directly to the Pak Maulana and then also Pak Diki. So you're back on, Pak Diki. So feel free,
yes,
everyone. And I also see some in the column box of chat from Mr. Horst Liebner. So maybe you can be the first person to ask directly to Pak Diki. Feel free. Put your video on, Mr. Horst Liebner. Are you still here? Hello? Okay, so if anyone in the chat and the participant have a question, we can continue. Maybe Pak Galuh, you have a question? I know you're a geographical guy, so feel free to ask. Hello?
I think Horst Liebner has technical issues here, so maybe you can.
Okay, so I will ask the question by Mr. Horst Liebner. So this is the question to Pak Diki, despite all injustice of culture stencil, Java's population exploded throughout the 19th century. Do you have any explanation for that?
Thank you for the question. But well, have no explanation for that since I have no data about the population of Java Island that related to the condition of Java Island at that time, especially the kulturstelsel system. But I have to find out first data and compare it to the condition of the population that affected by the kulturstelsel. That's my temporary answer. Thank you. Hello. Pak Sidi, it means that you are muted.
Yeah. So I'm too lazy. So is it because of the Pax Neerlandica, the specification of the island? It's in the chat box. Pax Neerlandica.
Momentarily, I have no idea with that. I have to explore it deeper to relate that to the cultural system, because my research emphasized in the railway system that was built by the Dutch colonial.
Okay. So maybe based on your assumption, is it because they built the railway and then people come and then exploded of the population? Is it maybe because of that? You know, railway brings people in from all around Java, and then, you know, and then family first, and then blah blah blah. Is it possible? I mean, it's not a theory.
Well,
it's just
yeah. I can say that mostly in big cities like Batavia, Bandung, Semarang, Surabaya. Yes, the railway system brought bigger population in the particular cities of Java, because people from villages near from those cities came to the cities, and then they found economic promises, economic growth in the cities. So it was obviously
yes, the connection has fallen again. It's okay. So for the audience, if you have question, maybe you can put on the chat or you can ask directly here.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Was my answer clearly heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's my explanation. If we see the population of main cities at the time in Java, yes, it was affected by the railway system. More and more people came to those cities because of the railway. They moved from villages nearby to the cities and to seek for better jobs, better life in the cities. But if we see the total population of the main, the Java island, I still have no idea.
Yeah. Freeze. So anyone has a question for the speakers here? While we wait for the connection to coming back by Pak Diki.
Hello. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. It was disconnected, right?
Yeah, it was disconnected. I lost you.
Okay. Okay. Let me answer again. During my research about the cartographic research regarding the railway system in Java, obviously there were population addition in some main cities in Java, like Batavia, Bandung, Semarang, Surabaya, Yogyakarta, because many people from the villages nearby of those cities came to the city, and they seek for better job, better life in the city. So it add the population of the main cities in Java. But if we think about the total population of Java Island, was it related to the establishment of the railway system in Java or not? Until today, I have no data yet about that. Thank you.
Nice. But most of the time in that area of history, I think that most of the Javanese people will also exported to Suriname. Is that right? I mean, in the 1800s, in the beginning 1900.
Yeah, for Suriname, maybe it was a significant number, but for the whole Java and Sumatra, that was the main source of these people to be exported to Suriname. I don't think that it will it brought a big impact to the total population.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I can see it. So so it's me always asking. I'm always interested in science. So anyone has a question of the participants?
Yes, please.
Can directly ask. We have somebody raising a hand here.
Oh, one of my friends.
One of your friends. Okay, feel
Yeah.
free to put the video on.
Go ahead,
if you
Pak.
like.
Go ahead, Pak.
Ya, halo Kang Diki.
Halo, halo.
Halo Mas Sidi.
Halo, Pak
Halo,
Haidar.
Bang Maul. Yeah, I would like to take a chance of asking a question. Is it okay? Because actually I'm part of the Negeri Rempah.
No,
Yes,
it's
go
okay.
ahead,
It's all right.
please.
It's all right, yeah.
You're among friends.
Yeah, Kang Diki.
Yeah.
I was once in a webinar discussing about the spice route in West Java. And one of the presenter giving us a data that actually many of the trading hub already disappear under the dam. One of them is which was connected with Cikau. Now is under the Cirata Dam in West Java, right? And if we note the local wisdom, local knowledge in Baduy, they have a place called Sanghyang Sira, which means the head of Java. Then I read the original publication of Moby Dick. And in that book, there was also mentioned Java Head, which is also located near the Ujung Kulon area. So this is something that sometimes we just know after some study, right? And when we talk about remapping the spice route, we sometimes have no clue about that information. So my question is, as a cartographer, Kang Diki, do we have regular renewal for our historical map? I mean, should we need a government to act and provide funding first, or there are some scholars like cartographers doing such things, regularly remapping the historical route
Okay.
Question, Kang Diki.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. A very, very interesting question for me. And it inspired me to, to continue my research in cartography. But unfortunately, as long as I know, there was no government regulation about that, how to endorse the historical mapping. From my field of study in geodesy, we were urged, we were endorsed to build recent maps, the recent condition of Indonesian maps, because we have 5 million square kilometers of sea and land, and not all of that part of our country were already mapped. It was a big challenge for us. So the government focused on that to provide recent condition of the Indonesian map. So they have, I think they have to put the historical map into non-priority sector. So until today, me as a cartographer and my other cartographer have to do these kind of research by our own. But I believe that in the future, if we can prove that these new historical maps could bring significant benefits to the people and to the country, then the research fund will came to us. That's the let me show this one of the example. After I completed the railway heritage trail map from Bogor to Sukabumi, more and more people are getting interested with my research, and they endorsed me to continue the research to another railway in Java, from Cianjur to Bandung, and then from Bandung to Garut to Tasik, and so on and so on. So the first step is to prove many parties that our research is or bring significant benefit to them, so they would support us. That's my first stage. Thank you, Kang Cheddar.
Yeah, thank you, Kang Diki.
Yeah, it's really interesting of the investment for the research, what you do. I mean, if I have a lot of money, I would invest in you, Pa, because there's missing link. Yeah, I know for the cartographer. I mean, I've been expediting many areas in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And there's also a connection, the road that have been made from the VOC in the time, from Jambi all the way to Padang. There's a story behind it. And there's even a war going on in some areas and blah, blah, blah. And it's because they were hunting for the spices, the cinnamon at the time. They don't want to bring it to delivery from harbor in Jambi because they are pirates in Singapore, and then they you know, there's a story behind everything.
Yeah.
And I think there's also a story from Pak Maulana. I mean, you are a really interesting guy. I mean, from Ternate, I've been also reading a lot of. I've been seeing movies and also documentaries in YouTube about your island Ternate, about the potential of cloves and nutmeg. So so you're back now. You're good, Pak Maulana?
Yes, I'm back now.
And did you pray for all of us, you know, for the world to become better from the COVID?
I mean, of course.
Inshallah. So
we already night here.
You already night. Okay.
Yes.
It's how much? It's +1, yeah, from West Java time, from WIB.
+2.
+2. Okay.
+2,
Okay.
yeah.
You are similar to in Papua. So let's get back to the audience. Do you have any question for the two speakers here that we have today? Hello. So I will maybe I will invite some. This is also a close friend of mine, Mbak Ine. She lives in Holland. Mbak Ine, are you here with us? She has a foundation called Hibiscus in Holland that promotes Indonesian heritage.
Yes, thank you, Masidi. Thank you. I'm still here. But unfortunately, I cannot on my video. I'm driving now.
No, it's okay.
But
Be careful.
it's very, very interesting. Really very interesting for me. Also, I've learned a lot. I found it very interesting about the railway. The railway the Dutch has implemented and didn't use until late 80s. It's so sad actually, because it's an asset for us, for the economy in Indonesia. I mean, we can use it for apa rempah ya, jalur rempah ya. It's already there. So I hope it will be activated again.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mbak Ina.
Yes,
Yeah.
Pencerahan sekali
Well,
hari ini.
from my opinion, it was because the abandoned railway was not economic anyway any longer. We have already lost many plantations in Java. So as we know that the main purpose of the railway establishment in Java was for to transport the crops from those plantations. As the plantation disappear time after time, the railway losing their main role. So after that, it only used to transport people. But during that time, I mean, after 1950s and to 1980s, it was only an economic class of railway service. But compared to the cost that should be spent by the company, it was not balanced. So time after time, year after year, they abandoned the railway. So if we want to reactivate it, those abandoned railway, we should simply prove that it will again bring benefit either to the company, either to the people, either to the state. So one of my aim is to prove the many parties that despite the we lose many plantations in Java, but we can turn those historical railway into touristic attractions. So that will bring a significant benefit to many parties. So I hope that it will endorse the company and the government to reactivate those abandoned railway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice. So I see the participants. I see some names that are having the back name of Bepom and also some researcher here. So I like to pre-hand ask you, Pak Maulana, do you have in your university also researcher in Nomuscat, in what's that? Cloves, and also in nutmeg? I mean, real scientists that's studying the production, post-production, and maybe you can collaborate with some of the speakers here. You can feel free to promote it.
Okay, thank you, Sidi. Actually, in Hairun University, National University located in Ternate, and we have our new campus in Halmahera Island, the biggest island in North Maluku. We have some researcher group who focus on study about spice, especially clove and nutmeg. But they are some of my colleagues, they are focused to post-production in terms of the substrate of the nutmeg, something like that. In terms of food technology. Now they're studying about food technology in the substrate of nutmeg. But in the spice, in the clove, I mean, we only use it for the oil, the serum or the biological things, and including in the COVID pandemic, we also use it for the antiseptic for cleaning wash our hand or something like that. So we also have a Department of Biology and Forestry. So we are doing a collaborative research, the combination between natural and cultural heritage, including clove and nutmeg itself. So please feel free to contact us in our website, universitaskhairun.ac.id.
Yeah, I will contact you personally.
Please, I already put my email there.
Yeah, thank you. So as I know that nutmeg, the highest price nowadays is for the fully, right?
Yes, fully.
The protection leaf of the red one. So why do you, this is my question actually. I'm also interested in many stories of volcanoes and spices. So what do you think the relevance of volcano and spices?
Okay. We have discussed with one of our colleagues. He's special in soil science, graduated from Western Australia University. She says that the contour or the land, the substrate in the land of the volcano is more powerful to making the clove stronger in the term of quality. That's why she says that the early period of the growing clove only in the small volcano island that I mentioned before, the Moluccu, Ternate, Tidore, Moti, and Makean. That is the 4 volcano small active volcano island until nowadays. So it's a kind of relation between the volcano activity, the smoke to make the soil fertilizer, something like that, and the clove itself. Because if you read in the history, there is no early plantation. They all grow naturally in the mountainside. So we live in the mountain actually. We not live in the land like in Java or Kalimantan. We live in the mountain itself. Ternate Mountain, Tidore Mountain, Moti, and Makian. So the clove and nutmeg grow naturally, not by plantation. Since the European coming and they make a plantation, something like that.
That's interesting.
That's why our cultural heritage is very connected with natural heritage here.
It's really interesting because what I see also, you're an island, right? Ternate and Tidore is an island. And you have not enough fresh water.
Yes.
Exactly, because you have more, your groundwater is salty. And that's why you need a fertilizer that is really fat and also very nutrition for the spices to grow. I mean, volcanic ash is really impactful and really powerful for spices to grow. I mean, everywhere in Indonesia.
Yes, and our rainy season is very high.
Very high. Yeah. But because if you're an island, you're just small and just the water just, it's flowed down. But if you're bigger like Java or Bali, you have spaces to boil it in. But I mean, your island, I mean, the ash is really potential for you.
Potential.
But I will chat with you personally, yeah? And
please
with
feel free.
Also, I'm really interested.
Yeah.
But I would apologize for all of the speakers and also for all of the attendees for today. We only have 4 minutes left, and I'm also a co-founder of a thing called Cinnamon Talk. It's been going on for 22 times, and I always ask for the speakers to have a closing statement. I mean, it's not a closing; it's opening. So you put people in. So what is your opening statement, Pak Diki, for us all?
Opening at the end of the session?
I don't like the word closing. It's more like an opening invitation, something like that.
Yeah. Well, as a researcher, most of us are researchers here. We should relate each other. We should not put our attention only in our field only, because if we get back to thousands or many tens of thousands years ago, there was no mathematics, there was no anthropology, there was no such linguistic or anything. There was only one science that we call ilmu or science, no division. But year after year, centuries after centuries, we have to divide the science into many parts of science. But after that, we forgot that. We forgot that all of us came from one single scientific source, not divided. But how come today we were separated? I'm an engineer, I'm a scientist, I'm a sociologist, I'm a historian, I'm a cartographer, etc., etc. And some of us thought that I'm important, more important than the others. That's silly for me. That's my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Padiki. Really nice. So we came from a single cell and we spread into more and more. But eventually, we're still at the very first phase. Thank you. Very nice. So, Pak Maulana, welcome.
Thank you.
For your
Thank
opening.
you.
Come on, your opening.
Opening, of
not
course.
Closing,
Opening.
not closing. It's
Yes,
opening.
of course. I will continue from Padiki, one of my colleagues. We have a lot of discussion in social media with Padiki. It's really nice to learning together and directly today live in Zoom Meet like this. Thank you to Negeri Rempah and Mr. Sidirana Manggala who host this meeting. My opening is, if we all researcher here or student or learning process, long life learning process, something like that, we cannot forget to share it with the society. That's why I put in my slideshow. It's very, very interesting if you share with the society, especially with children. So for the last 2 months and maybe for the next 4 months, I'm getting what we call want to doing more and more again, sharing with children because they are our futures generation. So please share your research in most commonly knowing and understandable by children. Make it graphic information, make it comics, flowchart, books, or even singing or animation, movie or something like that. Don't put all your research ended up only in library, something like that. Thank you so much for having me.
Really nice. Yeah, I absolutely agree because the future is not ours to take, it's them. It's the basic principle of sustainable development. So what we do today is we are borrowing it from tomorrow. So maybe that was the opening invitation for you all. And please keep in mind that there are 2 days to come for the International Forum of Spice Root. And there are more nice activities and also going on for the youth, for the IFSR. So that is me closing out. Thank you.
Asidi,
yes.
one last question, 30 seconds, please.
Sure.
Pak Sidi and B, Pak Sidi, can we just see Pak Maulana's face?
Pak Maulana, this is his face.
Yeah, okay. I just wonder if Pak Maulana already get a genetic DNA test.
Yes, that's I wanted to.
I just wonder, maybe you are just straight out from any part of the world, maybe from from Arab, from Europe, from I don't know.
Yes,
because
actually,
from one side, I see your face just like Cristiano Ronaldo. From another side, maybe just like an Arabian. Maybe I don't know. It's just
they even think me I'm from Morocco when I joined a conference in Lisbon. They think I'm coming from Morocco. Yes. Thank you, Padiki, because we are living in a small island, the melting pot island.
Yes,
our ancestry coming from everywhere. So if you're talking about spice routes, you are talking about us, about ourselves.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you
Padiki,
very much.
Yes.
Yeah. Our genes are mixed along the way of history.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. I'm also, people call me not Indonesian. People know me as an Austronesian or Hawaiian. So thank you for your attention today and looking forward for the next discussion. Thank you and good day.
Thank you so much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Syukur dofu-dofu.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Sidirana Mugala. Thank you to all speakers. Thank you for all participants in this discussion. Please stay tuned for tomorrow. We still have interesting programs. Tomorrow morning, we have a topic on understanding World Heritage nomination. And then we also be going to discuss spice now and then. And then the third session for tomorrow is strengthening the community movements. So please keep up with our social media and stay tuned for our forum. Good day. See you tomorrow.
Recording stopped.